Hey guys, tonight we drift into Venice as twilight bleeds across the lagoon. Burnt orange surrender S into the water's slow indigo sigh. You settle into a gondola older than your great-grandparents, its wood groaning like a tired staircase. Venice floats on 10 million alder logs driven into mud. Fun fact. Though right now, you're just praying this thing doesn't tip. You skim past a bakery window, empty trays still radiating warmth, and catch yourself inhaling like some bread-starved ghost. Venetians once fined bakers for nighttime noise. Apparently kneading dough offended the moon's beauty. Now that's a law I'd vote for. Your oar parts the canal, sending ripples toward slick stone walls, quiet as a knife through velvet. Damp air clings to your skin, half fog, half ghosts of salt fishermen exhaled centuries back. Historians still argue whether Renaissance painters exaggerated Venice's golden glow, or if sewage simply hit different back then. A mooring rope creaks nearby, the only applause you'll get tonight, as palazzos lean closer like nosy neighbors. Your gondolier mutters directions, Venetian dialect thick as polenta, while pointing at a submerged mailbox. Yes, locals really post letters to fishermen underwater, though God knows who checks them. You trail fingers through water cold as forgotten cutlery, stirring algae that glows faintly beneath the surface. Reflections fracture into liquid mosaic, gilded balcony rails becoming snakes of light. Palazzo Barbaro glides by, its Gothic arches hosting more pigeons than debutantes these days. And yes, Henry James wrote here. Your shoulder brushes stone moss, cool and fuzzy, like touching the flank of some sleeping beast. A fish leaps, a silver coin vanishing before it clears the surface, leaving concentric rings of suspicion. 16th century gossip claims courtesans swam these canals nude, disappearing mermaids teasing sailors into early graves. You snort, suddenly aware your own swimming skills wouldn't impress a goldfish. Cobblestone alleys yawn between buildings, black gaps where footsteps echo but never emerge. Someone's practicing piano behind green shutters, scales stumbling like a drunk on carnival night, then falling silent. Water slaps brickwork, the city's pulse slower now, as if Venice holds its breath past midnight. Your gondola rounds a bend, moonlight oiling the canal into mercury, and something brushes the hull below. Just eels, locals insist, though their smiles suggest swallowed secrets. Archimedes supposedly designed Venetian sewage systems, but let's be real, his plans probably sank faster than your dignity. Lilac shadows pool beneath bridges, each arch whispering different lies, depending on your direction. Centuries ago, drunk nobles floated home singing obscene songs, masked and anonymous as Twitter trolls. You lean back, wood pressing into your spine, as the Grand Canal opens ahead, a dark tongue licking the horizon. Palazzo lights gutter, electricity, pretending to be candle flame, and your phone buzzes with useless notifications. Adriatico, the app tracking lagoon tides, pings twice like some nagging nana, but you swipe it away. Silent waves lift the gondola, gentle as a shrug, from Poseidon's bored cousin, and Venice folds around you sticky as caramelized figs. Your oar catches an unseen current, pulling you toward a church's moonlit steps, where marble saints stare with pupilless eyes. Historians found medieval graffiti inside San Marco, crude drawings of bishops with animal heads, echoes of midnight mischief. A lone lamp flickers above water, gold paint flaking like sunburned skin, its reflection shattered by your wake. Salt scent sharpens, brine cutting through rot, as you glide past fish stalls shuttered since dawn. Gondoliers once wore stripes, signaling their district: red for Canergio, green for Casello. A fashion clash worse than influencer collabs. You squint at a passing vaporetto stop names, worn smooth by tides and tourist fingers, and wonder who'll remember your own mistakes in 300 years. Waves cradle the boat, rocking it like a cradle, and your eyelids weigh more than Venetian lead glass. Murano artisans once faced death for sharing their craft, secrets guarded tighter than my grandma's lasagna recipe. Black water laps, blacker still beneath bridges, and you swear something glows 10 feet down pale as fingertips pressed against glass. Palaces shed their daytime arrogance, facades softening into dream stuff, cornices blurring like smudged charcoal. Casanova allegedly escaped prison through these very canals, though nobody mentions how bad he must have stunk afterward. Your gondolier hums, a tune without beginning or end, as buildings lean closer, names erased by centuries of damp. Wood creaks beneath your feet, tired fibers remembering alpine forests, and Venice sighs, a city built on borrowed time. Moonlight ribbons the water, liquid pathways leading nowhere, while your wake stitches darkness closed behind. Your palms meet wood polished by 700 years of hands before yours, each grain whispering stories of silk merchants and runaway lovers. Venice clings to her rituals, even peeling back mooring ropes feels like unclasping a relic. The city's signature craft floats before you, 11 meters of ebony curves, blackened by 16th century law, meant to humble show-offs. Historians still argue whether the asymmetrical tilt helps rowers or just charms tourists. Your oar rests in the Pharaoh's notch, that iron comb teeth up against ghosts. Local legends claim every prow's 6 prongs ward off vengeful canal spirits, though you swear one looks bent. Fat pigeons line the dock, their heads cocked like bored critics. You test the oar's weight, maple sap singing in its bones. No two gondoliers grip alike. Some notch initials under the stern seat, others tuck love notes where only eels can read them. Tonight's craft still smells of renegade espresso, spilled during lunchtime vows. Warmth bleeds into your wrists, an old sensation, as if the wood remembers your grip from last summer. Water laps below, a tongue teasing the hull. Mooring ropes fall away, coiling like sleepy serpents. The oar lock greets the shaft with a clink of two old friends clinking midnight glasses. Your first push ripples the mirror, rounding a shape seen once in a doge's dream. Those stripes on the gondolier's shirt. 18th century laundry workers demanded vertical lines, claiming horizontal ones stole their dignity. You pull, shoulders mirroring ancestors who hauled Cassandra de Polo's wedding chests through December fog. 4 cormorants arrow overhead, black as the pitch coating your vessel. Underfoot, the board creaks a complaint older than the Republic's arrogance. You'd swear those brass dolphins on the armrests wink when no one's looking. One landmark remains constant, the crimson cushion at your back, its embroidery frayed by a million backward glances. Experts think Napoleon pinched the original during his Venetian garage sale, but the locals refuse to confirm it. The rhythm claims you now, a pendulum ticking between past and present. Each stroke sinks as deep as a well-digger's sigh. 2 tourists snore on a nearby balcony, oblivious to your silent departure. These waterways birthed history. Casanova fled here. Vivaldi's orphan choir rehearsed here. Even plague doctors clocked overtime here. Your wake stitches silver threads across liquid velvet. A waiter clatters crockery 3 canals over the Sound, bouncing like a drunk on cobblestones. You avoid the alley where Casanova supposedly tripped over a stray cat mid-escape. Local drunks leave milk bowls there on full moons. Oar blades catch moonlight, flashing dull silver like discarded cutlery. Your arms find the tempo, push-pull pause, muscles humming an old barcarolle. The left side always tires first, just like Venice herself leans ever so slightly eastward. Some claim gondolas once bore gilded mermaids and scandalous graffiti, until the Council of 10 banned vanity for the sake of mercy. Your touch hesitates. Was that a chip in the lacquer, or a hasty initial carved by some lovesick apprentice? Ripples brush the hull, tattling on your speed. That bent pharaoh prong. It once speared a pickpocket's hat in 1734. Or so the fishmongers insist when the grappa flows freely. Your exhale fogs, briefly joining centuries of gondolier breath suspended above these waters. Let the piazza crowds keep their selfie sticks. Here floats the real Venice, uneasy in her liquid grave, but still winking at anyone who rose slow enough to notice. Ormetal kisses stone. Another bridge submits to passage. Half-moon arch echoing the curve of your spine. You follow nothing but muscle memory now, a ghost guided by older ghosts. Historians still bicker whether gondolas evolved from Byzantine warships or widows' bathtubs. The canal narrows. Palazzos lean closer, their damp stones breathing centuries of damp regrets. Your knuckles tighten, curling like the lion heads carved into the prow. 7 generations of oarsmen carved those, each adding 1 whisker, though the last one died mid-chisel. No stars penetrate this stretch, just reflection breeding reflection in endless black mirrors. Only your hands prove you're still moving, How Venetian, getting nowhere, but doing it beautifully. An iron dock shrieks somewhere north, echoing your oar's complaint against its notch. The gondolier stripes cinch your ribs, their 9 lines growing tighter with each stroke. Or maybe you're inhaling while the city exhales. Every palace keeps one secret ledger, one indiscretion scrubbed beneath marble dust, though the canals remember every debt. Your blade scrapes a hidden step, waking some minor Medici curse. The water hisses like a librarian shushing sinners. Fingers cramp around maple. You loosen them, trusting the wood knows its own way home. 3 paline markers drift past, crooked sentries in scarlet caps, their paint flaking off like confetti after carnival. That ache in your bicep, Napoleon's troops left it. That's the story the rowing clubs tell anyway. You steal a backward glance. Your wake collapses, erasing every trace of your trespass. Water slaps stone once, twice, 5 times, with uneven patience. Tomorrow's tourists will swear they heard mandolins. But really, Venice just knocks her bones against the tide tables. Your right cuff drips, each ripple swallowing another second of borrowed time. The oar lock clinks again, a tiny bell tolling, just for you, just for now. As the last rope coils back into darkness, the rope's final sigh still echoes in wet air. As your arms tense, wood meeting water in the first true stroke. Maple bites the lagoon, shoulders relearning what your bones never forgot. Push-pull pause, like rocking a cradle built for giants. 17 generations of oarsmen carved this rhythm into Venice. You're just borrowing it tonight. Ripples cascade outward, liquid lace, unraveling beneath moonlight. 5 centuries ago, Antonio Vivaldi stole these rhythms for his concertos. The locals swear he couldn't row straight. Historians still argue whether gondoliers invented the barcarolle or just perfected the art of pretending to work. Your blade slices black silk, each thrust whispering barca, rolla, an endless lullaby. Muscles burn where Renaissance rope makers once strained, beneath that striped shirt dampening with effort. 8 vertical lines dig into your ribs, reminding you dignity's a luxury when battling tides. Ahead floats a pale conspiracy, 9 gondolas tethered like ghost horses, sleeping mid-gallop. Their reflections shiver, as if dreaming of escape. Water gurgles approval beneath the hull, a sound ignored by daylight crowds. Soft clink of oar against faro marks time better than any church bell. 1 stroke unearths pearl, another stirs silt older than the Rialto. Your wake stitches silver thread through Venice's hem, mending what daylight unravels. That faint wobble. Blame 1592, when Doge Pasqualigo ordered all gondolas asymmetrical to counter your dominant side. Experts think the tilt also helps avoid sea witches, but they won't put that in guidebooks. Your right arm knows the truth, muscles already begging mercy after 18 strokes. A fish breaches, a silver comma punctuating liquid night. Mooring poles slide past, painted red and white like candy canes on a drowned Christmas tree. 3 are newer, replaced after last year's flood, their woods still blushing at the vulgarity of usefulness. Air thickens with brine and sleeping roses, scent rising from rooftop gardens. Your oar grazes a hidden step, waking algae that swirls in protest. Centuries ago, courtesans floated here, singing obscenities. Now only the hiccup of your rhythm disturbs the peace. Candlelight bleeds from a third-floor window, dying before it touches water. 83 paline posts guard this stretch, nubs worn smooth by rope and time. You pass 4, then 5, their once scarlet paint peeling like sunburned skin. Push-pull pause, push ends with a jellyfish's ghostly salute, its tendrils saluting your blades passing. Moonlight fractures on each droplet, brief diamonds dissolving into nothing. 20 generations of gondola cats once hunted these canals, until Napoleon's troops ate most of them. A tidbit rarely mentioned on walking tour. Shoulders settle into ache, a familiar bedtime story told by straining sinews. 16 minutes in, the rhythm becomes heartbeat, subsuming thought. Even your breath sinks. Inhale, pull, pause, exhale, 4 counts per stroke, like monks chanting vespers. The Campanile's shadow stretches across the water, a sundial pointing toward yesterday. Historians still debate whether early gondoliers navigated by stars or sewage patterns. Your blade stirs up proof either could be true, a swirl of phosphorescence and decomposing laurel leaves. Wake spreads wider now, 2 shimmering wings framing your passage. Black water mirrors black lacquer boat and reflection merging into one liquid creature. Palace facades yawn, their mullioned windows shuttered against moonlight's prying gaze. 7 bridges consent to being crossed, each humpbacked arch whispering gossip as you slide beneath. Green slime decorates their bellies, centuries of mineral tears wept by Istrian stone. Argonauts thought those weep holes were devil mouths, fleeing rather than pay the toll. Cold kisses your nape, alpine meltwater surfacing through lagoons' warmer brine. Goosebumps rise, answering some ancestral memory of leviathans swimming below. Wood creaks underfoot, 11 meters of walnut and oak protesting modernity's cureless speed. Herons frozen on a rotten dock, 3 statues playing real birds. You count 2 breaths before one blinks, exposing the fraud. Another stroke, they vanish behind curtain-hung decay of laundry boat relics. 3 drops slither down the oar shaft, one tracing your lifeline, others lost in darkness. Blisters awaken old comrades greeting you by name. Tonight they're mild, paper cuts compared to August races, where palm skin peeled like carnival masks. No star maps guide you here, ancestors painted over heaven with palazzo soot. Yet you feel Salute's curve approaching, the great dome breathing pomegranate incense across waves. 23 strokes, each building momentum like rosary beads sliding toward benediction. Currents twist, invisible fingers nudging your course toward the Grand Canal's maw. You resist, tensing against aqueous puppeteers. Push-pull pause becomes fight, yield, breathe. Muscles debating physics in lactic tongues. Echoes multiply, slap of wave against stone, translated into 100 liquid whispers. Water tells the same lie in 14 dialects. Rest here, we'll hold you. Gondolas know better. They remember the 94 crafts that accepted that offer. Palms sting, grip, slipping on sweat-slick maple. You picture 18th century rowers, leather gloves stuffed with rosemary to cheat fatigue, while their wives prayed to boat saints. Sleek shapes glide beneath eels or renegade reflections, impossible to tell. Left turn looms, the Rio's narrower throat demanding precision. Your blade skates, air for half a stroke, catching water just shy of shame. 21 unfortunates drowned here one carnival night, crushed between drunken boats. Now the alley keeps its silence. You push past faster than piety allows. Bridge shadows cage you, 6 iron parallels, tattooing arms with temporary twilight. Moon escapes your face, briefly silvered above rippling doppelgangers. 17 strokes since last seeing another soul, not made of brick and brine. Cicadas rasp from hidden gardens, metronomes, keeping corrupt time. Humidity thickens, air like wet velvet dragged across skin. You unwind the scarf at your throat, exposing collarbone to night's indifferent teeth. 2 cruise ships squat on the horizon, glowing towers, contemptuous of subtlety. Their wakes arrive as rogue waves, gentle mockery of your Mediterranean barcarolle. You steady through turbulence, wood groaning like arthritic knees. 30 beats since your last pause, forearms aflame with righteous fatigue. Push-pull pause becomes push-gasp ignore, each stroke peeling back layers of polish until raw wood meets raw palm. Lightning flickers beyond Lido, Olympian flashbulbs, photographing Poseidon's mistress. Thunder stays mute, respecting your delicate craft of silence. 6 more gondolas sleep ahead, their curved spines hunched against non-existent wind. Turn comes sudden, a Rio's shy invitation written in reflected lantern light. Your oar becomes rudder stealing water into compliance. Ripples applaud, swiftly hushed by canal walls sworn to secrecy. Dawn remains hours off, yet the water pales eastward, clouds bleeding indigo into plum. Your shadow stretches longer, blurring at edges, as if dissolving into the liquid Venice beneath Venice. Row well, row true, but mostly row quiet. The city favors those who leave her mysteries soggy and intact. Lunar light bleeds across palazzi, dissolving their edges into dream stuff. Your oar drips liquid mercury, each drop birthed from the moon's cold forge. Historians note 15th century glassmakers crafted special lenses just for viewing tonight's silver spectacle. Their workshops still glow on Murano, though none could replicate this exact radiance. Water transforms, black silk replaced by molten platinum. Ripples move slower now, as if moonlight thickened the canal. 8 shadows stretch from your gondola, each vying to be the real one. You half expect them to climb ashore, orphaned silhouettes seeking their missing bodies. Push, pull, pause becomes glide, drift, hover, the current doing half your work. Palaces yawn wider their courtyards, exhaling centuries of gardenias and damp stone. That scent, 1966 flooding, when the Adriatic reclaimed Venice for 3 days. Experts cheekily suggest Neptune sent moonlit invoices afterward, paid in drowned coins. Starved for sun, pink oleander petals float like confetti at midnight. They cling to your hull, useless flotilla, waiting for daylight's resurrection. Early gondoliers believed moonlight altered water density, rowing differently when lunar ghosts visited. Your muscles test the theory, finding tonight's brine heavier with unfinished dreams. 7 gondolas drift past, moored lovers awaiting dawn's divorce decree. Their lacquer gleams like obsidian, polished by 8 generations of tourists' gaze. Moon photography requires 40-minute exposures, smudging boat profiles into phantom smears. You briefly envy their stillness, arms protesting your own endless motion. A shutter cracks above, casting brief buttery light on the canal. Golden filigree dances across the Mercury path, then winks out. Historians still debate whether nobles timed these glimpses to taunt or tantalize night wanderers. Silver reclaims its territory, swallowing the interruption whole. Your wake glows now, phosphorescence stirred by maple blade. 5 fish dart below, quicksilver streaks, fleeing some unseen pursuer. 14th century sailors described this as mermaid's breath, blighted by God after Venice's maritime arrogance. Science calls it dinoflagellates, a term even moonlight can't romanticize. Palazzo corners soften, their Baroque details blurred into impressionist smudges. 6 cherubs above a doorway lose their harps, becoming winged slugs in monochrome. Renaissance architects designed facades, assuming candlelight would flatter them, never imagining this lunar indecency. Behind you, the Grand Canal becomes a snakeskin belt abandoned by some giant. Ahead, narrower waterways constrict like veins under moon-bleached skin. Your gondola shrinks, wood adapting to shadowed capillaries, whispering broadside until canals widen again. Moonstruck eels writhe below, their silhouettes knotted like lovers, initials in a tree. Fishermen say they slither upward during full moons, loneliness, overwhelming survival instincts. You count 17 undulations, each less distinct than the last. Half the city dissolves, gold leaf melting off balconies, terracotta yielding to silver wash. The Pigozzi family installed 62 moon viewing platforms in the 17th century, all now drowned or subdivided. Experts argue which building once held the perfect lunar vantage, its name lost to tides and time. Reflections invert logic. Stone seems liquid, water glazes solid as obsidian. You dip fingers overboard testing which element possesses true solidity. The cold shocks proof Venice remains anchored in physics, however reluctantly. 524 arched windows watch your passage, empty eyes refusing to blink. Their lintels sag, weary of centuries spent framing celestial spectacles. Clouds intrude, 16th century lace, curtains ruffled by wind, long dead. Ca Rezonico looms, its ballroom windows starving for candlelit waltzes. 2 stone lions flank the watergate, their manets matted with phosphorescent algae. Historians still argue whether moonlight refined or corrupted Venice's infamous decadence, judging by those lions' leering grins. The debate remains unsettled. A lone violin note escapes some upper window, a G-sharp trembling on moonbeams. 17 gondolas suddenly seem to lean in straining lacquered ears. Silence reclaims the note before its twin can follow, leaving canals lonelier than before. Push, pull, pause. The rhythm turns liturgical under this argent gaze. Even your blisters stop complaining, humbled by moonlight older than Gondic languages. 6 generations of your family rode these paths, yet none witnessed tonight's alchemy. Campanile shadows stretch unnaturally, one pointing toward Dorseguro, another aiming at San Polo. Impossible geometry, yet the water insists it's real. You blink, reality rights itself, proving only temporary madness. Near Santa Maria della Salute, water swirls in a lazy spiral. Local lore claims Galileo dropped a moon map here during carnival. Scholars scoff, yet nighttime sailors still steer clear just in case. Your shadow finally exhausts itself, collapsing into the gondola's keel. Moon climbs higher, its clinical light exposing brickwork tumors beneath peeling stucco. Beauty and decay hold hands under this illumination, their ancient feud temporarily suspended. Current quickens as tides shift, night's aquatic clockwork grinding onward. Palazzo foundations, grown million-large piles, sighing under moonglow's weight. You feel the city's submerged skeleton shift, bones aching toward dawn. Ore drips 12 more mercury beads, each containing compressed constellations. Reach out, they dissolve before touching skin, leaving only salt residue and questions. San Travasso's boatyard sleeps, skeletal gondolas undergoing moonlit autopsies. They'll wake at dawn, resurrected by pitch and carpenter's sweat. For now, they whisper to your passing craft, wood communion beneath the silver eye. 2 bridges appear conspiratorially close their arches, intersecting where no canals meet. A trick of light and fatigue, yet you hold your breath, passing beneath. The chill suggests ghosts agree with the illusion. Final stroke lands soft, blade kissing liquid metal without ripples. The gondola glides unmanned for 6 heartbeats, Venice herself steering towards some hidden mooring. You reclaim the oar, joints protesting their return to service. Moon bleaches color from a floating rose petal, transforming crimson into ghostly gray. 23 others mimic its death dance, all circling your stationary hull. One brushes the pharaoh, leaving a blush-colored scar on polished steel. Campanile tolls 4 muffled chimes, sound trapped between water and moonlight. You count each vibration in your ribs, a bone-deep clock resetting your fatigue. Hours remain until dawn, yet the mercury's already fading, stolen by a cloudbank's slow heist. Somewhere, a shutter slams, its echo performing suicide against marble walls. Last candle extinguishes, signaling surrender to lunar dominion. Your muscles tense, preparing to chase the retreating silver upstream. Dark forms resolve ahead, sleeping gondolas tethered like weary horses. Their prows dip, dark beaks drinking midnight brine tethers, barely holding drunken stupor. 17th century laws forced them black, ending a rainbow rivalry between noble houses. The decree claimed unity, but really stopped fights over whose boat glowed brightest. Yours glides closer, wood whispering apologies for disturbing slumber. Lacquer gleams faintly, mourning jewelry locked in a widow's drawer. Each curve suggests movement, even in stillness, muscles tensed beneath polished skin. You count 12 of them, a silent jury lining the canal. Their pharaoh blades tilt, crescent moons bowing to older siblings above. One rocks as your wake reaches it, nodding like a sleeper, avoiding responsibility. Legend says gondolas dream between passengers, revisiting centuries of stolen kisses and arguments. Tonight, they nurse moon hangovers, too drained to stir properly. A barnacle-encrusted beast sighs, its hull etched with 10,000 passenger secrets. Your oar hesitates, muscles refusing to shatter their rest. Water slurps between hulls, like a child sipping cocoa too hot. 14 frayed ropes groan, testing knots tied at dusk. They'll hold, they always do, though tragedy makes better poetry than reliability. 2 gondolas kiss, sterns nudging with hollow wooden thuds. Historians still argue whether the famous S-shaped hull balanced lovers or spies. Judging by these two, the answer's both, depending on the night's intentions. Their lacquer shows twin scars, where romantic collisions outlasted affairs. Moonlight pries at closed fells cabins, finding cracks in velvet curtains. Those canopies sheltered everything from plague doctors to cheating spouses. Experts found opium residue in one's 1893 upholstery, stained by a poet's last voyage. Your own gondola feels suddenly bare, a theater stage without curtains. A gust sneezes down the canal, making tethered boats sway. They creak like old floorboards, warning you against gossip. One's pharaoh blade glints, revealing a crude love carved near its base. Some apprentices' defiance, or passengers' immortality bid. The steel still bleeds tarnish around the letters. You drift nearer, spotting mussel shells clinging below waterlines. No, not shells, thousands of coins, hammered into wood by tourists. Venetian lore claims the metal repels jealous mermaids. More likely, guides invented it to boost tip curiosity. Either way, the hulls wear armors of euros and yen. Something moves inside a fells, fabric twitching without breeze. Your nape prickles until a lean cat emerges yawning. It stares, judging your nocturnal intrusion, then leaps onto the fondamenta. 5 centuries ago, that jump might have landed on a senator's borrowed gown. 3 gondolas wear seagull crowns, white streaks dripped like accidental art. Gondoliers call it bird blessing, though they'll curse while scrubbing at dawn. The drips glow tonight, abstract maps of islands no one can visit. Water slaps one hull, the sound hollow as a snore. 18th century versions included built-in clamshell toilets, flushed directly into the canal. Tonight's brine still carries echoes, plus 10,000 dumped iPhones. You make a mental note, never trailing fingers here again. A gondola missing its pharaoh leans drunkenly, nose bandaged with duct tape. This one's seen collisions, maybe with vaporetti or reckless beginners. Some still whisper about the 2008 Biennale disaster, 14 gondolas tangled like mating crabs. Art critics called it unintentional performance genius. Reflections twist reality, making boats float both above and below. You blink, unsure which layer holds the actual vessels. Depth loses meaning here, all surfaces equally unreal. Your oar breaks the illusion, stabbing through liquid and solid mirages. 6 Limpenula flags droop, sodden fabric clinging to poles. They usually flutter with gondolier pride, striped colors declaring clan loyalties. Tonight, they hang like surrender banners, too tired to pretend patriotism. One hull sports a bumper sticker. My other ride is a FERRARI. Modern absurdity clings to ancient craftsmanship, both refusing to acknowledge each other. Historians muse how Canaletto, the painter, would have reacted to vinyl lettering. Probably slapped a gold leaf frame around it. Metal rings clink, mooring points chiming like lazy doorbells. Your gondola's prow bumps a neighbor, the contact softer than expected. Both wood types moan, pine morning cedar, old rivals forced into intimacy. Salt crusts their lower curves like sugar on cafe pastries. Lean closer and you'll smell trapped canals inside the lacquer. Centuries of fish scales and rose petals pressure cooked into yacht varnish. Wind carries accordion dust from some distant Baccaro bar. The sleeping gondolas shift, their dreams switching from waltzes to punk rock. Did Vivaldi ever compose for oar strokes? Probably not, but your shoulder muscles improvise anyway. You spot moss creeping up a hull, green Velcro, seizing its chance. Sun-starved tendrils inch toward sleepers beneath damp tarps. Life clings where it can, even to ghosts in waiting. Moonlight retreats clouds, staging their quiet coup. Shadows thicken around the gondolas, tucking them deeper into night's embrace. They dissolve in sections, sterns fading before prows release visibility. Palazzo walls swell outward, pressing damp breath onto the scene. The air tastes of trapped centuries, equal parts mildew and courtesan perfume. 70 bricks dislodged during the 2019 Acqua Alta marks still visible if you squint. Your wake returns, slinking back like a dog seeking praise. It nudges the sleeping fleet, transferring whispers from your hull to theirs. Messages pass, wood to wood, about midnight journeys ending alone. One gondola's rear seat cradles petals, roses sacrificed to some failed date. They curl papery skin, clinging to velvet cushions, 17 petals, counted, then abandoned, waiting for dawn's janitors, or drips 12 times, each splash too loud in the hush. The canal disapproves, stilling ripples faster than physics allows. Even Venice yawns, ready for this act to finish. Foghorns grumble by Murano, a sound felt more than heard. Distant cousins of fog-bound boats, their warnings decay across 10 bridges. Gondolas moored here endured worse. 1945 bombs once churned these waters. Clouds shroud the last moon slice, leaving only echolite. Your breaths turn visible, silver ghosts born on each exhale. They mingle with shadows, joining the night's quiet census. The darkest gondola creaks loudest, wood grain singing an arthritis aria. Centuries of damp swell inside it, lungs waiting to exhale. You suspect it held Caravaggio, once fleeting greatness, rotting the planks. Currents nudge you past the final sleeper, a child-sized craft curled in shadow, apprentice maid judging by asymmetrical curves and glue smears. Its dreams feel sweeter, untarnished by Venetian ironies yet. Silence drops heavier now, no lapping against dormant hulls. Even your heartbeat sounds rude, boot heels on cathedral floors. You hold breath, trying to shrink into the stillness. Air shifts, carrying bakery, yeast from San Marco's earliest risers. The gondolas remain asleep, swaddled in pre-dawn's thinnest blanket. One tarp rustles, hiding what sleep historians can't explain. Dawn claws far eastward, still hours from victory. For now, the boats keep their secrets, and you keep floating. Oar finds water reluctantly, the blade cutting illusion instead of waves. Last glance back reveals only humps, a pod of black dolphins mid-rest. Their tethers hang slack, yet not one drifts out of line. Obedient even in dreams, Venice's favorite slaves, your gondola shivers jealous of their collective hibernation. It wanted to join park beside cousins and shut its eyes. The oar protests louder, wood grinding on metal lock. Movement ahead, a rat paddling toward fondamenta crumbs. It eyes your gondola, calculating invasion odds. The sleeping fleet stays still, security guards off duty till sunrise. Palace lights flicker, not from windows, but refrigerator ghosts inside. Modernity intrudes, brief blue flickers in ancient stone throats. The gondolas ignore it, committed to historical accuracy. Wind steals your cap, tossing it onto the nearest sleeper's tarp. A fair trade, souvenir for disturbing their rest. The boat doesn't stir, absorbing your offering like minor tribute. Laughter echoes, somewhere beyond 3 bridges and a piazza. The gondolas pretend not to hear, too dignified for drunken comedy. You envy their restraint, wishing silence came easier. Water patterns shift, currents playing tag beneath your hull. The dormant boats shiver caught in ripples that aren't your fault. They'll blame you anyway in wooden court at twilight. Your neck cricks skyward, counting stars still stubbornly visible. 17, no 18, with one likely a satellite. The sleeping gondolas know better. The stars just drown reflections waiting for rescue. A quick current catches your gondola, tugging it toward waking world channels. You surrender, letting momentum save tired arms. The sleeper fleet releases you docents, finished with troublesome visitors. Last boat slips by, freshly painted with lunar reflections. Its name hides in shadow, but gold letters whisper, Aurora, under your gaze. Sleep, beauty of the fleet, queen awaiting dawn's kiss. Coolness lifts, suggesting sun's eventual return. The gondolas stretch, unseen limbs stiff from moonbathing. You envy their night, all rest, and no rowing anchored in perpetual pause. No ropes snap, no clangs shatter the quiet. Discipline holds, even in deepest Venice dreams. Your wake smooths, fading with no audience left, just dark water reclaiming borrowed shapes. Body sags, energy spent witnessing stillness. One stroke, two measuring distance from the sleeper fleet. They dissolve behind you, swallowed by canal bends and night's persistence. Air tastes lighter now, less brine and more promise. The sleeping gondolas retreat their world, shrinking behind black velvet curtains. You fight drowsiness, wondering who guards their dreams, if anyone. Current quickens, a sly hint that dawn's messengers creep closer. The gondolas will wake grumpy, coveting 5 more minutes under tarps. Forgotten by them by noon, you row on carrying their silence like extra ballast. Rust flakes from an old anchor chain, powdering water like paprika. You hum notes dissolving before reaching the sleeping fleet. They prefer silence anyway, those aristocratic squires of the shallows. Moon finally escapes clouds, casting thin gruel light. The gondolas remain shadows, too proud for weak imitation spotlight. Yours glides silver again, but the magic feels borrowed, begged. Tomorrow's first vaporetto groans in its floating garage. The sleeping fleet stirs at last, sensing routine's inevitability. You disappear around a corner, eavesdropper fleeing before dawn catches you, or stains shudder. Last mercury drops dissolving at blade's tip. Something leaks from your eyes, too salt, without origin story. Even the canals shrug. Who knows where tears belong here? One bridge remains between you and the sleeper's memory. Its shadow stretches, licking your gondola's tail like a farewell. They've forgotten you already, dreams resetting for daytime voyages. Your last stroke echoes, a lonely sound seeking companions. But the sleeping gondolas keep quiet, no longer your conspirators. You paddle onward, hoodie pulled against creeping light, aching for any port unclaimed by ghosts. Hull scrapes stone, gritty reminder of Venice's refusal to soften. A final shudder runs through wood grain, Message relayed from sleeper to sailor. Day comes, they say, ready or not. Seagull lands on your faro, judge's gavel announcing verdict. Mist rises, granting merciful blur to everything ahead. You glance back once, see nothing but water, and pretend relief. Currents curl beneath your gondola, whispering tongues, licking wood grain. The sound isn't liquid, but 1,000 half-drowned voices pressed against the hull. Your souls grow cold, feeling syllables vibrate through soaked leather. Historians still argue whether Venetian architects shaped canals to amplify secrets or just got lucky with acoustics. You lean starboard, ear hovering inches above ripples. Murmurs sharpen, now church Latin, now fishmonger curses, now sobbing in no tongue at all. 16th century senators installed listening pipes in canal walls, spying on passing gossip. The system's long gone, but the stones remember how to eavesdrop. A splash shatters the chorus, your oar's interruption too brutish. The water glares, eddies swirling like coffee, stirred too fast. For 7 heartbeats, silence reigns, punishing your clumsiness. Then whispers return, louder now, annoyed theater-goers resuming their play. Planks creak beneath you, the gondola itself, translating submerged tales. That one's a fishwife's bargain, it groans. Next, a nun's confession. Some claim Venice's canals hold more words than the Marciana library. You believe it, each slap against wood binding another story to the hull. Deepest tones vibrate up your spine, bass notes from sunken bell towers. Experts once dragged microphones beneath the Rialto, recording clicks like Norway cod talk. You're hearing their cousins, older, weirder, tired of scientific scrutiny. Lean closer, and mist rises to meet your cheek, breath for breath. Don't answer them, your gondola warns. A timber shutter beneath thighs. 17 mothers told their kids that back when Adriatic selkies still hunted careless boys. One joke among dockworkers lingers. If you hear your name, buy a coffin by noon. You check your wristwatch just past 3 and laugh too loud. The voices shift pitch, now children singing a skipping rhyme. Sotto I ponti, sotto I mari, I morti non devono parler. Under bridges, under seas, the dead shouldn't speak. Their Venetian dialect sticks like honey, golden and slow. You catch your lips moving, repeating forbidden words, just to taste them. A larger wave slaps the hull, dousing your sleeve in ice truth. The voices scatter, leaving behind the hiss of a match struck underwater. Legend says the deepest canal layers burn blue, fed by San Michele's floating coffin gas. Nobody confirms nor denies. With straight faces, your right oar dips, wrist twisting to catch a rogue current. The blade tangles something, not weed, not net, but flowing strands unseen. Hair streams of 1,000 drowned lovers. Maybe, but it releases before panic sets in. Your bicep tingles electric, as if shocked by jealous water. Glass clinks below, near the keel, bottles kissing in the dark. Venice drops 800,000 wine corks annually into her veins. Sometimes they reconvene like this, in corkboard parliament, beneath tourists. You make a note to Google aquatic tannin drunkenness later, if dawn lets you remember. Something hums against the port side, music box, gears grinding sand. 18th century nobles threw musical automata overboard after parties, satiated by tinny Mozart. These mechanical ghosts still serenade passing hulls if you row slow enough. Your gondola speeds up, sulking at second-rate serenades. Currents steer you sideways toward a moonlit whirlpool's edge. It spins lazy as a bored ballerina, sucking down salt and shadows. 16th century plague victims, rings supposedly swirl at its center. Wedding bands still seeking fingers. You dig oar hard left, escaping the downdraft with forearm tremor. The hull's whisper changes, creaking Morse code against pier posts. 3 short taps, 2 long paws repeat. Gondola semaphore, either warning about police patrols or gossiping about your poor rowing skills. You knock back 2 raps of heel on deck, just to be sociable. Silence answers, professional snub from Venetian waterfolk. Fine, you prefer podcasts anyway. Yet crouching reveals carved initials under the gunwale. L plus a Roman 18, their edges fuzzy from 2 centuries of caresses. You trace them, paper cutting your fingertip on history's hangnail. Salt wind twists through canals, shredding voice fragments into nonsense. Now, it's just shushing, grandmotherly disapproval from the lagoon herself. Even your breath sounds rude, a chainsaw in a meditation chapel. Light bleeds eastward, blue seeping into black like bruises. Your wake snakes behind, writhing, as if scalded by moonlight. Each ripple carries alphabet soup letters, briefly forming words before dissolving. Turn back, says one. Upholstery sail, claims another. The water can't decide between doom and discounts tonight. A bass thump travels through the hull, wood becoming speaker diaphragm. Factory machinery. Cruise ship engines. No, too rhythmic. 30 generations of gondoliers swear it's the city's heartbeat. Palace foundations, pulsing to tidal clocks. You press palm to deck, waiting for the next throb, but it's gone. Bridge shadows tighten their grip as you glide beneath. Their arches muffle the canal voices, like hands clapped over mouths. 8 stone saints watch from above, arms crossed, blocking divine eavesdropping. Only when you emerge do whispers resume, this time gossiping about bridge toll collectors. Starboard, a fish breaks surface, gulping air with grotesque lips. Its eye swivels toward you, pupil reflecting miniature gondola horrors. Maybe it heard your secrets, or just wants breadcrumbs. You offer neither, and it sinks, leaving oily circles as period marks. Sudden cold soaks your left boot, non-negotiable reminder of leaks. €600 a day, and they don't bother caulking properly. The water percolates upward, claiming calf territory millimeter by scheming millimeter. You shift weight, and the hull groans like a stabbed cello. Halogen lights stab down from a renovated palazzo, polluting your night vision. Some billionaire's security system bores into the canal, hunting non-existent thieves. The voices recoil, hissing as light fries their vowels into steam. You squint, row faster, yearning for unlit water ahead. Waves slap in triplet rhythm, slap, slap, rest against mossy steps. Not dying, they insist. Not dying. Reassurance or gaslighting. Veneto scientists found microbial speech patterns in lagoon samples. Peer reviewers called it contaminated data, but the water keeps talking anyway. Your oar scrapes rubble, revealing a submerged column's crumbled crown. These marble teeth chew gondola keels daily and still hunger. One accidental kick sends ancient brickwork tumbling, a sound like dropped china in cathedral quiet. The canal's voices inhale sharply, then resume their litany. Wraith-thin mist creeps from alley mouths, fingers testing the air. It muffles sound, stealing consonants from submerged whispers. Now only vowels reach you, open-mouthed ohs and ahs, the lagoon's amateur opera rehearsal. You hum flat notes, ruining their vibrato, and feel smug. 3 bubbles rise, translucent moons breaking surface tension. They burst, whispering, mort, peccato, demani. Death, sin, tomorrow. Classic Venetian small talk. Your gondola shudders, longing for small talk about varnish brands instead. Black water thickens, currents slowing like cooling chocolate. Rowing grows heavier, your shoulders cursing in forgotten dialects. That's the trouble with liquid streets. No asphalt to pave over the past. Every stroke rakes up silt, and whatever bones hide beneath. Silence falls sudden as a guillotine blade. The gondola drifts, abandoned by voices mid-sentence. Even your pulse seems rude, marching band loud in the stillness. You realize this stretch sank during last century's renovations. Ghosts avoid construction zones like everyone else. Palazzo doorways vomit cellar air, fungus-laden and sour, with wine leaks. Their breath taints the canal, nippy as jealous ex-lovers. Somewhere down there, museum guards play cards beside Tintoretto's discarded sketches. Fondazioni executives swear those basement rumors are false, too fast. Your wake returns, loyal dog paddling after its master. It licks the gondola's stern, licking away speed, begging you to slow. The lesson's clear. Venice wins all races, especially against tourists. You yield, oars lifted, dripping defiance onto liquid history. Moonlight bleeds back in weak tea through cloud strainers. The canal voices revive, hoarse from their paws. They've moved on, discussing linen prices, lovers lost, whether to flood San Marco again. Your background noise now, audience no longer acknowledged. Gliding past a floating lemon, sun yellow, even at night, it bobs like a buoy. 5 more drift ahead, escapees from some Baccaro's forgotten crate. You imagine them arguing citrus politics, bitter rinds, debating sweet flesh. Stone lions watch from docks, muzzles dripping green algae foam, 12 centuries guarding Venice, and they still can't swim. Pity stings your throat brief as wine aftertaste. Then currents tug you eastward, where the voices thin toward dawn's silence. A mandolin plucks silence somewhere beyond San Travaso. Notes arrive, one by one lonely as soap bubbles. Each one floats, then bursts against the palazzo walls. Historians agree mandolins ruled Venetian nightlife, serenading lovers until daybreak's rude cough. You freeze mid-row, oars dripping suspended midnight. The sound isn't music, but a throat clearing before apologies. Another note follows, hesitant, as if the player forgot the rest. Legend says dead musicians float here, still practicing scales for purgatory auditions. 16th century song sheets warned gondoliers, never answer phantom serenades. Bad luck, like whistling in crypts. You strain to place the tune, half O Sol Mio, half funeral dirge. One bass string buzzes, distinct as a moth in a snare drum. Currents steer you toward Giudecca, though you swear the notes drift west. A flat note snags your ear like silk catching on rusted nails. Maybe it's amateur hour in the spirit world. Even ghosts need practice, you reason, while misplaying the next phrase. Moonlight carves a path, pointing to an empty fondamenta. The notes echo there, though no musician stands visible. Renaissance nobles hired blind players for stealth serenades, avoiding husband's notice. This lacks such finesse. Chords stumble like drunk aristocrats. Your gondola sways, caught between two competing currents. The left ripple hums G-sharp, the right murmurs B-flat. Water music, unschooled but enthusiastic. The mandolin disagrees, striking a C minor like a slapped child. You wince and drag oar to muffle dissonance. A breeze steals 3 notes, spilling them south toward Dorseguro. They skitter over waves, tap dancing, until drowned by wake. Historians argue whether clandestine lovers used mandolin codes during Habsburg spying days, or just enjoyed the vibes. Metal clinks, probably a loose string peg, giving up. The song sags, notes dripping slower, like molasses off a spoon. 17 gondoliers swear they've heard Casanova's ghost serenading himself, narcissist, even in eternity. You pray this isn't him. Bad music kills moods faster than chaperones. Glass shatters distantly, marrying the mandolin's cry. A high E wavers pained, as if recalling its murder. Somewhere, a restaurant busboy's ghost drops another tray. You hum consolation badly, and the night flinches. Single notes, now orphans separated from their melody. One sounds like come, another like away. No agreement reached. 18th century sheet music hid rebel messages in trills. Ask any paranoid doge. Your nape, hairs prickle opera house chills. Without velvet seats, the mandolin attempts vibrato, failing like a dented kazoo. Maybe this ghost skipped lessons, haunting instead of rehearsing. A wrong note, glaring as a bleach stain on velvet, splits the night. Ripples recoil, forming horrified concentric circles. Even your gondola gasps, timber creaking like an appalled dowager. Points of light flicker On Giudecca, unrelated, but stealing focus, the mandolin player falters, insulted, and misses 3 whole beats. You almost apologize, but silence eats the chance. New tactic, the unseen player picks a folk tune. La Biondina in Gondola, Venice's ancient gondola anthem. They butcher the 3rd measure, notes curdling like bad milk. You recall trainee gondoliers must sing this while rowing, some fail on purpose. A speedboat growls, murdering all subtlety for miles. The mandolin flicks off, last note dangling like frayed rope. Only when engine noise dies do you hear replacement sounds, water slapping hulls, your own pulse in eardrums. 5 heartbeats pass, 10. Gone, the serenade evaporates. No encore, just a phantom music stands squeak fading westward. Experts found mandolin shards in canal mud, testimony to passionate feedback sessions. You exhale, mouthing grazy toward empty bridges. The night accepts gratitude, barely letting lagoon sounds resume their gossip. A fish jumps, a flat plop, poor substitute for artistry. Nocturnal Venice continues, unimpressed by failed recitals. Your wake unfurls, black silk tearing with each oar stroke. That's the trouble with ghost musicians. No Yelp reviews to steer you clear. Your gondola drifts, now past the last clinging mandolin echoes, toward pale stone rising ahead. The bridge of sighs arches, gobbling moonlight whole midair. Its barrel vault dwarfs you, a ribcage turned inside out. You are meat passing through. Cold seeps upward, older than winter, older than salt. 400 years of prisoner breath linger in limestone pores. Historians confirm this bridge linked trial rooms to cells, final steps before darkness swallowed convicts whole. Tonight it breathes back. The oar hesitates, wood resisting water's pull. Air thickens, pressing your tongue with mineral dust taste. 17th century prisoners claimed each passing pigeon caused new cracks, tiny rebellion against such solemn stone. One feather floats down now, landing like an absolution plea. You duck instinctively, though clearance measures 5 brachia at least. The shadow dips, licking your spine with sudden midnight. Renaissance architects designed this passage narrow to discourage escape ideas. You understand, even stone can teach despair. Granite exhales, frost blooming on your collar. A drop falls, hitting your neck like chilled mercury. Condensation or ghost tear, no matter, both equally unwelcome. How many convicts counted these drips, waiting for Lagoon's last glimpsed blue? Windows slit the belly above, crossbar shadows dividing moonlight like a grill. Fingers once pressed there, leaving acidic palm prints on lead. Scholars debate whether bridge eavesdropped on confessions, absorbing whispers into its masonry. Your nape prickles, phantom stares drilling through stone. Someone once described this bridge as a clenched jaw, angry monument denying pleadings. You hear it, gritted mineral teeth grinding eternally. The keystone above bears justice, her scales tipped sideways, blindfold slipping. Lichen mocks her painting green moss across marble eyes. Historians still argue whether the statue's skewed scales reflected artistic error or brutal honesty. Brackish water slaps under the arch, doubling its wet gulps. Acoustics twist here, splashes become moans, wind becomes pleading. Legend insists summer tides replay imprisoned sighs, amplified through green canal water. You listen, hearing only your own swallow echo. One desperate fact sticks: prisoners weren't nobility, but commoners. Wool dyers, glass blowers, scribes, thieves, all gasped final lagoon visions here. Their collective breath still fogs your vision, chilling eyelashes with salt mist. A joke forms deadpan about Venetian bridges, judging posture now. You stifle it. This place brooks no levity. Even pigeons roost here silent, their usual gossip muted. Secrets calcify in joints, inclusions betraying the Istrian stone's purity. Tour guides insist rubbing certain stains brings luck, though your palm stays pocketed. Why court such bitter magic? Your gondola slows, reluctant, in the arch's black throat. Or scrapes wall, chalky screech setting teeth on edge. Glassmakers once added bridge dust to cristallo, creating infamous, sorrow-flecked goblets. Banished after patrons reported nightmares swirling their wine. At the apex, stillness owns you. Lagoon noises drain away, replaced by your own crude heartbeat drum. Some claim this silence tastes of lead seals, pressed on overdue verdicts. You chew air, metallic indeed. Moonlight surrenders midway, devoured by the bridge's hunger. Shadows bruise violet, then ink black, as you pass deepest beneath. Prison scribbles remain, if you believe infrared scans, carved names pleading against obscurity. Your fingers itch, but dare not touch weeping stone. The ceiling drips consistent as a waterboarder's pour. Single drops drill your shoulder, marking time between punishment eras. Lord Byron called this spot Venice's weeping eye, though locals preferred practical complaints about pigeon nests clogging gutters. Emerging backward, moonlight blinds a reverse birth. Color returns, ochre facades swim into focus beyond the canal. Cold clings, sleeve ice-touched, where shadows drank body warmth. Glancing back, the bridge squats, satisfied, having swallowed another gnat-sized life. A gory detail surfaces. 19th century restorers found finger bones wedged in lower bricks. Workers swore no pigeons nested for months after disgusted by macabre insulation. Rowing resumes, muscles thawing sluggishly. Channel markers bob their iron growls muffled by mist. No one mentions how they align with prison cell sightlines. Engineering cruelty beyond necessity. Those iron posts, still upright like headless sentries. Currents quicken here, ushering you from stone jurisdiction. Your gondola straightens, water's density changing, less jellied, more obedient. Historians still argue whether prisoners sighed for lost loves or just cursed the architect's mother. A basso, profondo laugh rumbles, maybe a vaporetto engine blocks away. or stone indigestion, bridge mocking your morbid thoughts. You shiver, recognizing urban legends often sprout from real frostbite. Water swirls behind, suggesting pursuit. Don't look. Venice enjoys these pranks. Last month, a tourist swore canal phantoms tugged her skirt hem. Locals knew better. Just the bridge of sighs exhaling stale misery onto passers-by. Wind sneaks past, whispering through your hair. Prisoners' final prayer drafts, scripted by poets after the fact. You prefer truth. Most wept snot and terror, not verse. Black brickle posts loom, your turn signal for San Marco's embrace. One last bridge shiver, ice stab between ribs. Then warmth bleeds back. All monuments hunger, this one merely forgets its famine, ended centuries ago. Oars find rhythm, steadying pulse between knuckles. The bridge shrinks behind a brooding toad, swallowing unworthy moths. You check your jacket collar, still damp with limestone breath. No different than fog, you insist, just ghost spittle from poor dental hygiene. Laughter escapes this time, thin but genuine. Terror ebbs, replaced by giddy disrespect. That's the trick with Venice's stone theatrics. Call their bluff before they call yours. Wake unfurls, clean white cuts through tannic water. Behind the bridge digests another night's worth of shivers. Ahead, Casanova's shadow winks from some lesser archway. Onward, always onward, before the stones learn your name. Your gondola glides now, past the bridge's stone frown, toward a parade of waterlogged giants. Palazzo facades loom, their reflections shattered by oar strokes. Marble seems to sway, not from decay, but disapproval of your noisy passage. Twilight softens their edges, wealth and rot blurred into equal beauty. Gold leaf clings, patching gloom with stubborn glimmers. Lacquered doors loom, each taller than a gallows platform. Architects designed these palaces to shrink visitors, proclaiming merchant princes as new Olympians. You feel appropriately minced, a roach scuttling past banquet tables. Moonlight bleeds across balconies, dripping onto black water below. Iron railings twist Baroque vines strangling stone. One modern fact surfaces. Venetians painted facades crimson and ultramarine originally. Time bleached them into melancholic grays, ghosts of old flamboyance. A cracked lion's head spits rainwater, hitting your shoulder with cold precision. Some claim Medici bankers encoded messages in balcony grill patterns. You squint, seeing only drunken ironwork, no cipher worth stealing. Still, you memorize a curly flourish, just in case. 3 arches sag, their curves pregnant with centuries of complacency. Columns tilt inward, whispering gossip across the canal chasm. Renaissance engineers drove oak piles deep into mud, creating underwater forests supporting these stone dreams. You wonder if trees still scream beneath your keel. Reflections warp palaces, becoming carnival mirror freaks. Window lights ripple, stretching into drowned chandeliers. Historians still argue whether facades leaned deliberately to inspire awe through vertigo. Your neck cranes, dizzy from their calculated sway. Faded frescoes flirt, revealing cherub butts and grapes. One paunchy god waves, sly grin eroded by salty air. Rain peeled his grandeur, left mischief intact. A joke tickles your throat, something about tourism weathering us all, but dignity clamps shut. Mortar crumbles slow as pensioners shedding teeth. Pigeons nest in gap-toothed eaves their droppings, etching new frescoes. Venice chews itself, one sugary brick at a time. Yet somehow it stands like a drunk, propped against cathedral doors. Water licks foundations, green tongues seeking entry. Algae paints high tide lines, splotchy as a drunkard's kisses. You recall reading about crystal meth traces found in canal water, tourists' frantic vacations leaching into Lagoon. Tonight, the water seems extra twitchy. Passing Palazzo Grimani, its stern face scarred by lightning. Your oar hesitates, hitting something submerged and soft. Best not to dwell. Venice's underbelly stays politely veiled. That peculiar tidbit floats up. Aristocrats once displayed their mummified ancestors in reception rooms. Imagine serving sherry to leathery gray Tuncle Luigi. One window glows, a scribe's silhouette bent over ledgers. Quill scratches echo oddly, like mice gnawing furtively. Centuries blur here, accountants never sleep, merely fade into wallpaper. Your wake splashes reflections, turning marble into melting wax. Palaces become dolly clocks, dripping toward disappearance. Reality feels thin. Facades could dissolve, revealing fish schools darting through conceptual space. Moon highlights a stone mask, mouth stretched in agony or ecstasy. Moss teeth mock its frozen drama. Experts think some carvings warned against plague sins, though crusted salt makes them look merely gouty. You salute, acknowledging another fellow traveler in decay. A shutter bangs, crisp as a gondolier's curse. Light flares dies, leaving retinal burns of wrought iron ivy. Someone's laundry flaps, ghost trousers dancing the furlana on midnight balcony. Absurdity anchors you. This place needs counterweight. Current drags you sideways toward a algae slick foundation. Billionaire plankton built these stones, tiny creatures compressed into rock. Now their mansion crumbles, karmic payback for shellfish exploitation. Justice moves slow, but grinds exceedingly oozy. Muffled laughter trickles from some high window feast. Clinking glasses, lilting Italian, the crisp snap of cicchetti. Centuries haven't changed Venetian midnight snacks. Cod mousse on polenta still fuels conspiracies. Your breath fogs, willowy in damp air. Facades exhale back limestone respiration older than your bloodline. If you stayed, would calcium seep into lungs, turn you into another crumbling ornament? Hands grip or tighter insurance against petrification. 3 arched windows yawn soul drains of palazzo heart. Curtains billow, suggesting vast hollow rooms behind. 19th century nobles held candlelit roller skate parties here before crashing through fragile floors. You sniff, catching phantom whiffs of beeswax and splintered parquet. A gargoyle vomits rainwater, steady stream splashing your knee. Symbolic Venice rejects modern intruders with stone puke. You flick droplets back petty defiance, noted by moon. Gold mosaics wink secret messages in Byzantine glimmer. Scholars debate whether they depict biblical scenes or cleverly disguised merchant insults. You can't tell your eyes bleary with reflected dazzle. Cornices crack, dropping stucco like stale biscotti. A plaque commemorates Goethe's visit, 1786. Though locals swore, he mostly complained about bedbugs. Every great city survives great whiners. Suddenly, the facades break rank, revealing a sliver of Campo. Children's graffiti mars a well, pink spray paint screaming Luna red, Lorenzo. Even beauty needs bench breaks from dignity. The drag ends your oar finds clean water. Rialto's shadow looms ahead, beckoning with tourist traps and mediocre gelato. Stone giants recede, swallowed by mist or indifference. You exhale, unclenching vertebrae pressed upon by 12th century snobbery. Reflections steady as you paddle onward. Those tilted palaces, leaning not from instability, but ancient boredom. Even marble grows tired of its own magnificence after 800 years. You coast beneath palazzo bones, every cornice leaning like gossips, sharing secrets. Their reflections warp buttresses, bending in liquid funhouse mirrors. Gold leaf clings, fool's gold refusing to admit twilight won. Architects once slathered palaces in vermilion and lapis blue, bankers screaming wealth through pigment. Now their ashen grandfathers faded by cigar smoke and damp. Water laps at seaweed mustached foundations, green slurps against marble ankles. One window box blooms defiantly, geraniums screaming scarlet into gloom. A relic from when facades boasted rich velvet tapestries hung for passing boats. Now curtains stay drawn palazzos, nursing light-sensitive migraines. A balcony sags, its wrought iron spine arthritic with rust. Flower pots gather grime relics of some signora's aborted gardening phase. Historians still argue whether balconies tilted on purpose to make admirers dizzy with devotion. You squint, calculating the lean angle, then decide it matches most locals after 3 spritzes. Moonlight snags on a stone lion's paw, clutching a chipped gospel. Gospel writers never mentioned Venice. They avoided humid locations on principle. This loophole lets sculptors add winged lion's hides, the ultimate Venetian flex. Polished haunches gleam evidence of tourists rubbing for selfie luck. Water chuckles echoing under an algae-coated doorway. Centuries of tides pry at mortar joints, salty fingers probing weakness. 5 oak piles vanish below, dead forests holding up delusions of grandeur. Engineers whisper new foundations cost more than entire Caribbean islands. Old money prefers band-aids. Palaces crumble, but never on gala nights. 3 arched windows yawn, empty eye sockets, inches from canal kisses. Glass broke long ago, replaced with plywood sporting graffiti tags. Renaissance meets street art, one vandal's cockeyed stencil of Casanova smoking a joint. You salute cultural continuity. A ripple conceals a marble Medusa face, her hair now stringy with moss. Historians trace her to a Doge's mistress, sculpted, then hidden when he married. Medusa survived earthquakes, but not feminist art critiques. Now she glares, petrifying drunk tourists who pee on her pedestal. Your oar scrapes submerged brick, squeaky as chalk down a blackboard. Venice's bones protest the wake. Some say Napoleon cried seeing San Marco, though locals swear he just had allergies. Tyrants weep water rises. Palazzos sink an inch per century. Cracks vein a fresco above Pudi playing peekaboo behind mold stains. Their chubby legs flake, leaving ghostly thigh gaps. Pigment delaminates slow as dignity, centuries of damp, winning against art. You imagine restorers injecting Botox into crumbling cherub cheeks. Echoes rebirth, giggles from a curtained third-floor window. Costumed figures twirl behind lace, silhouettes waltzing without music or partners. English poets swore they saw ghosts at these windows, probably opium and bad clams. You blink, they're gone, just curtains twitching like liars' lips. Reflections unite facades, water stitching palaces into funhouse twins. One portico becomes a giraffe neck, another scrollwork curls into clown shoes. Reality, phrase here, gravity optional, architectural burlesque, nightly at 9. A shutter claps, startling pigeons into flight. Feathers, dust, moonlight, gray confetti for no one's parade. Pigeon diplomacy rules Venice. They own every ledge except Brunetti's ice cream shop. A single feather spirals down, ticking your nose. You resist paranoia about avian spies reporting to the Council of 10. Plaster cascades, a mini avalanche beside a drainpipe. Palazzos molt, shedding skin onto oblivious gondolas. Rich men once tethered golden boats here to flex before rivals. Now flakes of gilt glitter like fools pyrite in your wake. A carved satyr leers, moss usurping his marble leer. Experts think he guarded against evil spirits. Ironic given how his eyebrows scream swipe left. You toss a centesimo coin at his hoof. He deserves compensation for centuries of bad vibes. Current tugs northward, carrying whispers of fish market, dawn prep. You steer past Palazzo Bellani, its facade pockmarked by WWI shrapnel no one bothered to fix. Why patch holes when the whole thing submerges by 2150? Melancholy ossuary chic, Venice's brand since forever. Muted moonlight resurrects stucco roses, thornless blooms from eras that disliked edges. Baroque excess meets modern decay, dance partners stepping on each other's shoes. You crave espresso, something hot in a place carved from liquid and sighing. Stone balustrades bake shadows onto peeling salmon walls. One baluster's missing, like a gap-toothed grandmother still vaping on the Lido. You sympathize aging's rough, especially on the constantly damp. Silk banners once draped these facades, blood crimson for victorious admirals. Time bleached them to dishwater pink grandeur, reduced to laundry day hues. History's ultimate prank, turning conquerors' swagger into limp hotel curtains. Gondolas whisper past the next canal bend, journeys crossing without intersecting. Venice mirrors life, full of near misses and almost timely arrivals. The hedge fund guy in Palazzo Guggenheim sneezes, a microclimate of pollen and old share certificates. A cat yowls, high C sharp, piercing Sottoportico gloom. Feline choirs serenade crumbling colonnades. Nightly they're here for the rats, not Puccini encores. Still, applaud their commitment to acoustic precision. Dawn stutters streak of tangerine behind Santa Maria's rosy cheeks. Facades blush reluctantly, mauve shame for surviving another damp night. Gold leaf catches first light, briefly remembering its Versailles heyday. Your gondola drifts, abandoning the stone giants to their "we will not be ignored" poses. They recede, slumping into salted dreams until next tourist shift. Palazzos don't care, they'll outleaning, outlasting, outglooming everyone. Reflections smooth, water pooling into quicksilver glass. Marbled faces soften, exhausted by centuries of posture maintenance. You glimpse your own face, wobbling among them, blurred into the centuries-long shrug. The water thickens, black ink seeping through your wake. Statues materialize at canal junctions, still as chess pieces mid-game. Their gondolier hats tilt low, casting void shadows where faces should be. Marble hands clutch phantom oars, polished smooth by nocturnal winds. You slow, counting 7 figures along the fondamenta ahead. These wardens began as status symbols, rich families guarding waterways with stone sentinels. Tradesmen spat at their bases for good luck, a tradition now favored by pigeons. One statue's missing a pinky, severed during an 18th century brawl over clams. Shadows pool at their feet, liquid darkness climbing polished calves. Hat brims droop, suggestive as executioner hoods. Their marble grins glint, too wide, too toothless. Historians still argue whether the original sculptors intended menace or bad dentistry. You note the 11th statue, third from the left, blinks when your pupils dart away. A drip echoes, plink from the nearest statue's or tip. No moisture stains the marble, it's just humidity mocking your pulse. Night watchmen claim the statue's pivot an inch nightly, repositioning to monitor weaker souls. You check mooring ropes around their pedestals, all snug, no drag marks on stone. Moonlight betrays moss creeping up one statue's back, a green cape reclaiming artifice. This one's hat bears bullet pocks from 1848, rebel target practice, missed actual Austrians. Its grin splits wider where lead chipped a canine, the smirk of something that remembers pain. Your oar hesitates, water resisting the push. Currents curl around statue bases, whispering sinkhole lullabies. Venice floats on a forest of submerged stilts, elm trunks, petrified by centuries of salt. Yet these figures stand on Istrian stone dignity, intact, while palaces crumble around them. Two statues flank a narrow canal, gatekeepers to the shadow district. Their heads swivel inward, empty eye sockets meeting above your skull. You duck, though air parts nothing but your composure. The misfit author, Cordo Maltese, swore they traded hats each Walpurgis night. But he wrote that on Absinthe Mondays, a tourist pamphlet rustles under your bench, showing sunny photos of these quaint guardians. Daylight robs them of gravitas, turning stone into Instagram props. At night, they regain jurisdiction over unease. One statue's collar hosts a mushroom colony, fluffy white growths feasting on pigeon gifts. Decay versus permanence, Venice's tagline since year 501. You imagine spores releasing with each toll of San Marco's bell, invisible invaders colonizing tourist lungs. Breeze lifts a statue's bronze cloak hem, revealing streamlined flippers instead of feet. An inside joke from the carver, part truth, gondoliers often swam home after grappa overindulgence. You picture stone toes flexing beneath the waterline, ready to propel them after stragglers. The southernmost statue cradles a dove, its wings forever mid-flutter. Perfect photo op by day, now the bird's eye sockets weep black streaks. Pigeon diplomats perch there, holding midnight courts over stolen cicchetti crusts. Your nape, hairs prickle sensing weight in 16 marble gazes. Statues don't breathe, yet condensation mists above the nearest grin, a ghostly exhalation. Water slugs against your hull slower now, jelly thick, as if pumped through veins. Historians compare their stance to Medici tomb sculptures, but those weep marble, tears for show. Venice's watchers conserve drama, reserving judgment for dawn's accounting. Oil slicks rainbowing at their bases suggest petrified gondoliers leak unresolved grudges. A vaporetto wake slaps the canal, jostling your boat sideways. The statues remain fixed, counterweights against chaos. Their irises, when moonlight hits, just right glow faintly cobalt from long-embedded Murano glass. Your phone vibrates in your pocket, a modern heartbeat against ancient dread. The screen flashes uselessly drowned in nocturne wavelengths. Who'd believe your camera roll if you snapped these smirks shifting? You don't press your luck or the shutter button. 3 drunk Aussies stumble past a Western statue, slurring, "Hey, big hat Tony." One kicks its pedestal, then hops away, clutching his toe. The statue's grin stays neutral, but you swear its eyebrow vein flares. Karma Laundromat opens early here. Dawn tints the eastern statue's gray pink, etching sharper shadows under hat brims. Their nocturnal shift ends at first gull screech stone pensioners clocking out. You coast past the final sentinel, its marble hand raised in farewell or warning. Legends claim the statues nod approvingly at worthy gondoliers. Your oar grazes a lichen-kissed base, eliciting no reaction. Either you're unworthy or the carver skimped on neck joints. Salt crusts their cloaks like cocaine residue on disco collars. Centuries of spray accumulate, preserving them better than any museum lacquer. You flick brine off your sleeve, smelling iodine and something metallic, like old typewriter keys. At the mooring station, 3 modern gondoliers smoke, nodding at statues across the canal. Shared profession, divided by centuries and cellular decay. You mimic their posture, spine straight, chin cocked, projecting mastery over liquid streets. The statues exhale static, unimpressed. Your wake unravels, black ribbons dissolving into history. Stone pupils track your retreat, hat brims dipping infinitesimally low. Historians will call it frost erosion. You'll know better. Damp seeps through your shoes, reminding you who really owns these streets. The statues know. They always know. You row faster, discomfort blooming between your shoulder blades, chilled by marble grins carving into your wake. The gondola stills wood exhaling against moss-slick stone. Mooring lines sigh, fibers groaning like old bedsprings beneath lovers. You loop the rope, wet hemp course, against salt-stung palms, a motion practiced since Byzantine merchants ruled these waves. 16 precise raps, just as your nonno taught, though his calloused hands vanished with the 66 flood. Currents nudge the hull, whispering leave, leave, leave. Bollards stand stubby and resigned, bristling with iron rings scarred by centuries of impatience. Each groan vibrates through your souls, a bass note thrumming below Venice's opera of splashes. Legend claims the ropes sing with dead dockworkers' voices, a tale maestros cribbed for their requiems. You cinch the final knot, twin vipers coiled in truce. Rope fibers stretch, whining like puppies denied supper. Ash wood posts sweat black tears, sap mingling with canal filth. One bollard tilts eastward, its base eroded by tides, since Napoleon's troops looted the Doge's palace. Tourists carve initials beside chisel marks from rope burns older than penicillin. Midnight renders the rope's texture braille each fray, and kink telegraphing storms weathered. Maritime ledgers from 1,412 record bollards, stuffed with horsehair, soundproofing against fishmongers' pre-dawn curses. Yachts now moored here, their carbon fiber lines mute compared to hemp's lament. You yank once, hard triggering a flint-on-flint creak that skitters up your molars. Damp air crystallizes the rope's mutterings, conversations condensed into vibrations. Your cheek brushes a knot, snagging splinters that smell of brine and Balkan pines. Historians still argue whether Venetian docking knots encoded secret trade routes or just fast tied by drunks. A seagull lands, cocking its head as if eavesdropping on the strain. 3 meters down, algae fur coats the bollard's submerged belly. Eels writhe between its roots, disturbed by your hull's shadow. You recall a fisherman's yarn, mooring lines soaked in lamb's blood haunted the Fondamenta Nova, truth or grappa tale. Tonight, the rope throbs like a carotid artery beneath your grip. The post accepts the burden, shouldering weight without complaint. Centuries of dockhands lean within its grain, ghostly calluses reinforcing the wood. Your phone's hourly chime bleats ignored as the rope releases tension with a drawn-out dew-wust. The sound melts, black sugar dissolving in Venetian tea. Shivers drill your spine, a cold birthed from deck planking. You tighten your coat, frayed wool snagging the damp line. Two teenage lovers once knotted wrists here, 1911 elopement, foiled by rising tides and an angry launderer's net. The bollard wears their pocket knife scars, LV plus, eye worn smooth by 70,000 tides. Nearby, a charter yacht's halyard clangs, its aluminum clatter obscene against your rope's tongue. Gondoliers swore oakum caulking hummed when rubbed correctly, the DNA of shipwright lullabies. You press closer, but hear only the rope gasping against gravity's embrace. Breeze riffles standing puddles, mirroring moon craters on black glass. The line slackens, then jerks taut. A violinist testing their lowest string drops bead along its length, plink-plinking a Morse code even grizzled captains can't decipher. Someone's Nana swore dockside, knots caught passing prayers, storing pleas in their twists for God's rainy day review. Your thumbnail picks at a fiber, unraveling thread-thin stories. Hempen DNA remembers North African docks, Genoese piracy, silk bales rotting in monsoon delays. Commercial ships now use synthetic ropes, slippery as politicians. But your gondola clings to tradition like mold to a shower curtain. Post-dawn workers will sluice these bollards, washing away tonight's salt kisses. For now, the wood embraces its burden, squeaks softening, as if lulled by its own complaints. Lobster boats chug toward Burano, their wakes sloshing mockery against your tired hull. You lean into the rope, testing its commitment to duty. The bollard shudders, dislodging a barnacle that plops like a lost euro. Wind shifts, carrying bakery yeast, and the rope's musk, decomposing flax and fish scale perfume. Venice floats on a forest of petrified stilts, yet these posts grip the seabed with terrier tenacity. Your knees lock, sharing the line's exhaustion, passenger and captor fused by maritime etiquette. A drunk wobbles past, singing off-key, Verdi his footsteps, sinking with the rope's complaints. Morning threatens, bruising the horizon with diluted ink. The bollard groans deeper, channeling vibration through your metacarpals. Sailors called this the bone song, creaks aligning with a body's inner hum. Harmonics shift as fog thickens, dampening descent into a sigh your grandmother might have unleashed after Sunday Mass. Your fingers unclench, rope burns striped across your lifeline. The line still mutters, wood still bears, tide still sucks at algae skirts. Deeper than city engineers dare dive, the bollard's roots finger through mud, whispering with the submerged forest that keeps Venice afloat. Blistered palms find pockets. Dawn stains rope, fibers coral, transforming groans into yawns. The gondola rests, hull dented but defiant, tethered by a cord stronger than time's hunger. Somewhere, an apprentice carver roughs out a new bollard with Bronze Age tools, his mallet taps keeping pace with your retreating footsteps. Your face tilts upward, drawn by the scrape of aged wood, surrendering to human touch. Across the canal, a third-story shutter yawns open, hinges groaning like a tavern chair under a drunkard's weight. Candlelight bleeds through lace curtains, throwing fractured patterns across oily water. One pale hand emerges, fingers splayed, as if testing night's temperature. Nails catch the flame, gleaming like abalone chips fished from Lido's shoals. Historians still argue whether Renaissance-era nobility tinted fingertips with crushed beetle shells, or if that's just tall tales peddled to glassblowers tourists. The wrist rotates, adjusting the curtain with a seamstress precision. For 9 suspended heartbeats, you witness a sliver of domestic eternity. Gilded mirror fragments wink above a walnut dresser, their reflections warped by centuries of humidity. A velvet gown drapes over a chair, crimson pooling on terrazzo tiles worn concave by generations pacing. An oil portrait hangs crooked, its subjects' eyes tracking your intrusion from the canvas gloom. Behind the lace, a shadow shifts, suggesting a shoulder, the curve of a pinned-up braid, the tremble of a breath held too long. Pepper and beeswax scent drifts downward, searing your nostrils with living warmth. Then, the grip tightens on the curtain hem, knuckles whiten, veins surfacing like indigo threads beneath parchment skin. Little known fact, many palazzo shutters contain hidden peepholes drilled by paranoid aristocrats during the 1609 Spanish sabotage scare. The lace twitches, as if nudged by a nose pressed close to spy on you spying. The hand retreats, a wounded bird vanishing into its nest. Linen whispers against wood, the curtain realigning its veils. Shutter hinges shriek, one short, one long, a secret Morse code cutting off your view. Darkness swallows the window whole, leaving only phantom afterimages burned onto your retinas. Historians have mapped 12 distinct shutter latch styles across Venice, each neighborhood favoring different mechanisms, like dialects. You squint, spotting a carved lion's head biting the iron closure bar, a detail unseen seconds earlier. Wind riffles the canal, smearing the extinguished glow's liquid twin. The reflection dies, flickering out mid-blink as water reclaims its blackness. Warmth flees your cheeks, replaced by proud-chilled air gnawing at your collar. Above, the palazzo offers no apology. Stone facade chokes on shadow, swallowing all evidence of life. Archaeologists found 17th century love letters stuffed in a Ca Dario wall cavity, their wax seals still clinging to whispers. You strain, catching no rustle of slippers on floorboards, no clink of a candlestick set down. Did she see you? Your gondola floats motionless, a beetle trapped in ink. Cold grips your shoulders, though the vanished light couldn't have radiated heat at this distance. Some whispered that certain windows only materialized under fog, revealing households lost to the 1576 plague. Your oar dips, stirring water that now feels thicker, resistant. Current anvils the hull, thumping like a heartbeat, muffled by wool blankets. 3 ripples lap the palazzos' algae beard, each weaker than the last, erasing your presence. A downstairs shutter creaks open no, just your wood joints groaning in sympathy. True oddity, an 1807 police report documented a pharmacist who bricked up his windows, convinced moonlight diluted his tinctures. You float anchored by vanished candle glow. 3 windows left ignite in your memory, their glow softer than gaslight, older than Edison's patents. The hand's ghost lingers, palm outward, fingers curled like a priest's during benediction. Water slaps the foundation, its tempo slower, almost drowsy. Your eyelids droop weighed by stolen intimacy. All Venetian palaces lean, whispering gossip, mouth to ear down the centuries, yet that window stands rigid, a sentry denying further passage. Your nape prickles, sure of being observed from behind blackened glass. Archivists note shutters nailed shut during outbreaks, families starving behind them rather than risk pestilent air. A fish breaks surface, its gasp shattering the spell. You blink startled by your own reflection wavering below. Night reassembles itself, stitching voids back together with practiced fingers. The palazzo shrinks, withdrawing behind fortress walls. Your oar finds purpose, pushing off with muscle memory alone. Midnight folds around the vision, a scarf tucked over a mirror at a wake. No other windows answer your searching gaze. Historians debate whether shutter patterns signaled gamblers' dens during carnival. But tonight, the coded language stays mute. Fog thickens, swaddling the building like bandages on a mummy. One final glance back reveals nothing, not even the outline of shutters. Your lungs ache, breath held since the curtain fell. Exhale fans across the water, a mist joining Venice's exhaled dreams. Some claim certain shadows in this city never fade, just wait behind brick for the next witness. Muscles flex, propelling the gondola into gloom's waiting throat. Water parts reluctantly, as if mourning the severed connection. Behind you, the palazzo dissolves entirely, swallowed by the insomniac night. Only the salt-scarred rope remembers mooring there once, when Marco Polo's ghost walked the quays. You row, blistered palms relearning their purpose. Current hums a lullaby older than the foundations beneath your prow. Dawn remains hours away, yet somewhere a candle stub drowns in its own wax, smoke curling toward a ceiling fresco of forgotten saints. No footsteps echo from the fondament. No murmur betrays the palazzo's secrets. Venice exhales, burying another fragile moment beneath silt and time, leaving only the wet slap of oars to mark its passage. The black water ahead offers no answers, just reflections of stars already dead. Your gondola drifts past shuttered bakeries, their yeast scent replaced by the tang of drying glue. Ahead, A narrow shop juts over the water, its window crammed with vacant stares. Dozens of masks press against glass, cheekbones sharp as sword hilts, lips curled in permanent silence. One gilded visage wears a sneer fit for a displeased doge, its nose wrinkled at your intrusion. Moonlight bleeds across papier-mâché, turning carnival whimsy into a parliament of specters. Hollow eyes track your slow passage, pupils painted with uncanny precision. Craftsmen used real human hair for 18th century wigs, a fact that explains the witchy strands on that plague Dr. Beak. You catch your reflection in a harlequin's vacant stare, your face overlaying his diamond tears. Feathers twitch behind the glass, peacock plumes shuddering without breeze. Odd, the one with 3 horns has tilted since you last blinked. Renaissance records show nobles employed servants just to hold their masks during feasts, lest the weight snap their necks. A moth-eaten fox snout now orbits slowly, as if following your breath clouds on the pane. You lean closer, wood creaking in warning. Glue-stained fingers left a thumbprint on a Medusa's cheek, frozen mid-swipe like a fossil. Historians still argue whether Bata masks enabled gambling dens or just helped cheating spouses sneak past in-laws. That one's jaw hangs slack, a black hole where laughter should erupt. Current nudges your sternum, bumping the shop's algae-slicked steps. Inside, something clatters, a dropped tool or a settling spine. Authentic masks weigh less than a newborn. Yet these seem to strain the shelves, bowing wood with their collective hunger. Twin commedia dell'arte faces press temples together, foreheads wrinkled in eternal argument, their tongues curl toward each other, never bridging the gap. A lesser-known guild rule demanded mask makers burn flawed pieces after sunset to hide imperfections from the moon's criticism. Your knuckle grazes the glass, triggering a vibration through the gondola's ribs. The entire display shivers, plumes swaying in dry ocean currents. One porcelain face slips sideways, revealing a price tag looped around its ear. Modern tourism bleeds through the illusion. 1995 euros for haunted sleep. A breeze sneaks down the canal, hot as a baker's oven despite midnight's hold. Shutters rattle upstairs, but no light follows the noise. Archaeologists found a 1612 love note tucked behind a mask at Ca Rezonico, its ink dissolved by tears or humidity. The shop's door gapes half open, shadow thicker than the Grand Canal's mud. You strain, hearing only glue droplets hitting a workbench, slow as heartbeats in hibernation. Some swear certain masks absorb their wearers' vices, whispering bad advice to new owners. Bridge lanterns reflect in the mask's eyes, pinpricks of false awareness. Your own breath fogs a Columbina's cheek, wiping away her beauty spot for 3 seconds. Mask makers once ground stolen church gold leaf into paint, an open secret that explains their metallic glow. Movement flickers in the shop's rear mirror, a shape too tall for the cramped space. Shelves stretch upward, disappearing into a ceiling, swallowed by night. Craftsmen often worked blindfolded to simulate total darkness, believing it improved symmetry. Your oar drifts sideways, thumping against a mooring post. The noise echoes like a coffin lid slamming in San Michele's crypt. Every mast jerks forward an inch, foreheads denting the glass. Panic itches between your shoulder blades. You push off, splintering the moon's reflection into shards. Ripples distort the display, making jaws gnash and eyelids flutter. Historians debate whether triple-horned masks represented the Trinity or just scared pickpockets at crowded balls. The shop shrinks, but those empty pupils persist, burning holes in your retreating spine. Feathers continue twitching in defiance of physics or sanity. One plume drifts free, slithering under the door jamb like a fugitive eel. 20 strokes onward, you glance back. The window now sits empty, shelves stripped bare by distance or magic. Only one cracked harlequin remains, propped carelessly against the pane. Its lone eye watches you flee, mouth twisted in a carpenter's secret joke. Fog banks swallow the storefront hole, leaving just the afterimage of hollow sockets on your eyelids. Venice hoards such moments, slipping them into pockets sewn from seaweed and silence. Your palms sweat grip, tightening on the oar, until wood grains bite flesh. Salt wind licks the abandoned display from your memory, one feather at a time. Salt wind still licks at your neck, but Venice shrinks behind like a half-remembered dream. Ahead, San Michele's wall rises, red bricks swallowing moonlight whole. The funeral aisle floats, a ship overloaded with permanent passengers. Napoleon ordered Venetians bury their dead, here starting in 1807. Tired of citizens tripping over coffins during morning errands. He'd probably weep knowing locals now call it the laundry, since sheets dry fastest near weeping relatives. Cypress trees stab upward, their spires blacker than the sky between stars. Tombs crowd shoulder to shoulder, marble tenants who never complain about the view. One family mausoleum wears scaffolding, restorers preserving death's real estate. Odd, tattered fabric flutters from the bamboo poles, perhaps mourning ribbons left by forgetful workers. Your oar dips silent, water thick as oil here. Ripples die quick, smothered by the weight of unbeating hearts below. Historians still argue why every Venetian grave faces east, whether waiting for Judgment Day or just sunrise discounts. A faint scent cuts through brine. Waxy oleander blooms thriving on grief-fertilized soil. Moonlight transforms stone angels. Their wings glow surgical white, chipped fingers pointing accusations at the living. One cherub's smile twists, more smirk than benediction. Night watchmen whisper about door-knock sounds from sealed crypts. Always 3 rapid taps around 3 a.m. You check your phone reflexively. 2:57. Then curse your own suggestibility. Tombs wear ornaments unseen by daylight. Wilted roses blush silver. Ribbons become liquid mercury streams. Plastic vases full of gravel shine like smuggled diamonds. That fresh plot near the water still bears tire tracks, earth pressed flat by grief's heavy machinery. Workers allegedly found 6 plague-era mass graves during the last expansion, all skeletons holding hands with neighbors. No official records confirm it, but your gondola rocks extra gently over that spot. Church domes hulk at the island's center, their lead skins icy under stars. Napoleon stripped the original copper for cannonballs, the ultimate recycling program. Watchtowers stand empty, though ivy trembles, as if someone just left the window. A lone candle flickers in the ossuary, too small to warm the 1,000 skulls shelved inside. Your gondola grazes the landing dock, wood groaning like a man rolling over in sleep. Mooring rings where grooves from 2 centuries of funeral ropes, a history worn smoother than rosary beads. That third post leans drunk, its base gnawed by tides and time. Tenants pay rent here, grave plots leased for 12 years before bones get evicted to storage. €20 extra monthly guarantees a sea view. Silence here has weight, pressing your eardrums like airplane descent. No gulls scream, no ferry engines growl. Even the Adriatic's sigh stops at San Michele's shores. The quiet magnifies small horrors. A beetle's scuttle across your bench sounds like dragged chains. You shift, and the creak could wake every soul from 1942. Wreaths bob near the waterline, their plastic leaves imitating real grief. One bouquet floats separate, blue hydrangeas still fresh enough to mock the dead roses nearby. A handwritten note clings to cellophane ink blurred by lagoon kisses. You accidentally read "Forgive me" before guilt makes you turn away. Tomb flowers glow unnaturally, their petals dialing up moonlight like solar panels. White chrysanthemums become bone shards. Red carnations bleed into shadows. That new granite slab shines wet black, though it hasn't rained in weeks. Groundskeepers swear fertilizer makes marble sweat, but you glance at the oleander bushes with new suspicion. Eastern sky pales, milky light threatening the stars' monopoly. Dawn's first blush hits the cemetery wall, turning bricks from blood to rose. Candlelight winks out in the ossuary, extinguished by an unseen breath. Venice flickers awake behind you, its nocturnal magic, retreating before coffee smells and clinking dishes. You push off, ooze swirling where the ore-disturbed bottom silt. Cypress trees fade into mere trees. Angels shrink to carved stone. The night's spell unravels thread by thread, normalcy returning like an unwanted guest. San Michele's silence follows you for 20 strokes, then dissolves like sugar in espresso. The last island phantom fades, replaced by flat lagoon stretching toward breakfast carts on Riva Digli Schiavoni. Your oar drips lagoon soup, each splash greener than the last. Dawn should bleach the sky now, yet the horizon yawns gray instead of gold. Warm espresso winds die mid-channel, strangled by a creeping chill. You shiver, suddenly aware. Every hair stands upright. Your breath clouds the air, solid proof summer's abandoned you. Experts claim Venice averages 45 fog days annually, mostly when tourists least expect it. Locals call these dead tide days, believing brine and sweetwater lovers quarrel beneath the surface. A curtain of mist rises, thin as wedding veils in a pawnshop window. The water's skin puckers, goosebumps spreading toward Burano's distant candy stripes. Clouds coil upward, their tendrils braiding like smoke from sunken incense. Luminous threads snag your eyelashes, gifting you temporary diamond lenses. The mast of a buried ship groans below, or maybe just wood complaining of damp. Historians still argue whether 15th century Venetians navigated fog by dolphin barks or just cursed louder until landmarks appeared. The debated method sounds equally practical. Your gondola floats now not in water, but liquid ghost. Palazzi dissolve, their proud facades reduced to smudged charcoal sketches. A single shutter creaks, though no building remains visible to slap it silent. Moonboaters whisper about bridge ghosts, specters who imitate railing shapes to trick drunk sailors. You grip your oar tighter, knuckles whitening like fog-bleached bones. Sound drowns first. Canal markers' bells muffle, as if wrapped in velvet coffins. Seaweed slaps against hulls somewhere become distant heartbeat thumps. Even your own pulse seems outsourced, thudding too far south to be inside your ribs. That infamous Venetian silence returns, but bloated, pregnant, with unspilled secrets. Light bends oddly near your feet. Ripples glow foxfire green algae, startled by your intrusion. Your wake swirls luminous, briefly writing cursive messages only fish can read. Opera buffs swear certain high notes shatter fog, but your humming falters midway. The mist thickens, swallowing your cracked vibrato without applause. Landmarks gutter out. San Giorgio's clock tower flickers, a birthday candle snuffed by moist breath. Giudecca's docks implode, sucked into nothingness like sugar in tea. Only the faintest blush of sun survives, a smear of apricot jam on gray linen. Fishermen call this blindman's noon, when the wise stay docked and the bold collect insurance claims. Your oar drips mercury, each droplet bursting into miniature clouds. Hands grow numb, their grip on wet wood slipping toward surrender. Cold seeps into sleeves, an uninvited guest overstaying every welcome. You recall those medieval plague doctor masks weren't just style choices. The beaks held vinegar-soaked sponges against miasmas. Right now, you'd trade your phone for one clunky filter. Shapes dart at vision's edge, shadow eels teasing peripheral sight. A gondola drifts past, its hull blacker than gaps between stars. No gondolier stands aboard, though the oar rocks as if recently released. Locals whisper about widow boats, vessels mourning spouses, claimed by December fog. You count 5 heartbeats before it vanishes, the dark spot lingering like floaters in tired eyes. Salt crusts your lips, each taste bud reporting for cryostasi's duty. Air thickens, each lungful flavored with wet stone and dead jellyfish. That promised dawn retreats, punished into submission by mist's blanketing army. Venice's weather site claimed light fog today, a lie bolder than Casanova's pickup lines. Time curdles. Was it 5 minutes or 50 since the last bell toll? Fog muffles clocks, liberating them from tyranny of hours. Your phone's screen glows, but digits swim, unwilling to commit to numbers. The lagoon yawns its fog breath, erasing all proofs of forward motion. You might row in circles until Judgment Day or brunch, whichever comes first. Water laps louder now, though your oar freezes mid-stroke. Something glides beneath the gondola, long as a funeral barge, but infinitely quieter. Ripples spread not from your movement, but from depths, invisible exhalations. Marine biologists would blame catfish. Superstitious nanas murmur about drowned bellringers pacing their sunken parishes. A single lamppost pierces the haze ahead, its sickly light fighting fog siege. Ironweed corrosion streaks downward, rusty tears for drowned lovers. Mooring rings clank hollow, a sound you felt more than heard. 3 quick splashes answer from the dark fish jumps or spectral applause. Your neck prickles, awareness of being watched scritching like insect legs beneath your collar. Warmth blooms sudden yellow puddles staining your sleeves. 2 lanterns appear, their flames struggling like newborns. Traghetto ferry stops are required by law to keep them lit, even when no sane captain would cross. Floating duck style or ducking float style, the answer depends. Which drunk gondolier you ask after 3 grappas. The mist thins, no, it's just your eyes surrendering to fantasy. St. Mark's lion emerges, his stone wings lifting him toward a heaven that isn't there. Only his paws remain, prophesying nothing but toe stubs for distracted tourists. Shop signage bleeds through briefly, gold letters dripping like radioactive honey. A waft of baking bread almost convinces you fog has flavor, yeasty and desperate. Suddenly, air moves. A breeze finger combs the fog, parting curtains for 30 seconds of clarity. Burano's leaning tower stabs the gray, its candy stripes mocking mainland sanity. Then mist slams shut more solid than before, a tangible barrier between you and there. Cyclists claim Venice built its first fog barriers in 1420, wooden frames holding soaked bedsheets across canals. No historian confirms it, but your arms wish it were true. Your gondola jars sudden, kissing stone steps you didn't approach. A shadow shifts cloth rubbing against algae-slicked brick. A voice rasps, perhaps Venetian dialect, perhaps tinnitus inventing company. You whisper hello, and fog drinks the word midair. Footsteps retreat quick as spider legs on porcelain. 11 rattled heartbeats later, the silence returns neutered and hollow. Cold copper kisses your tongue, the price of breathing fog's heavy empire. Dawn officially lost its shift, covered by fog's relentless overtime. coffee machines whine in distant bars, their screams mercifully softened into lullabies. You slump, letting the oar trail, resigned to becoming another fog legend. Night fishermen will nudge each other, swearing they saw you rowing backward through time. Dark water gleams sudden, a sliver of reflected sky where none exists. Your face stares back, wrinkled and uncertain, then unravels into mercury swirls. Ripples erase the vision, confessing nothing. Maybe fog's purpose is erasure, camouflage for dreams too shy for daylight. The lagoon sighs, waves shushing louder than any librarian. Your eyelids surrender, heavy as church doors at midnight. Muscles slacken, frost melting from bones. Fog nestles closer, claiming you as temporary citizen. A gull laughs, or maybe you imagine relief in its cry. Doesn't matter now. Venice wraps you in wet cotton, unconcerned with clocks or stories needing endings. The oar slips, its handle kissing water like a penitent's forehead. One drip, two, your thoughts dissolve between them. Time stretches, a comma between sleep and waking. The fog hums, lulling canals into stupor. Buildings yawn, window shutters clicking like teeth, chattering. Somewhere Venice forgets itself, and you forget right alongside. A fish breaches its silver form, becoming a comma, a question mark, then nothing. Your chin dips toward chest, hair drenched with mist tears, breath sinking to tide's crawl. Silence wins. The lagoon claims another soul, if just for stolen moments. You float anchorless between realms where clocks hold no power. Fog accepts all, no questions asked, no names required. Driftwood bumps your hull gentle as a mother's nudge toward bed. Murmurs rise, whispers from waterlogged lips, their stories bubbling just below comprehension. Memory bleeds into now. Salt crusts your lips, an echo of childhood beach naps. The gondola rocks, cradle style, each creak singing, lullabies older than Marco Polo's luggage. Venice dissolves brick by brick until only the fog remains. And you smaller than an exclamation point, adrift in a sentence without end, stillness absolute. Even the fog stops breathing. You float in the pupil of night's last gasp, skin singing with damp. Then, impossibly, thunder growls beyond Lido. A storm rehearsing lines forgotten since May. Your eyelids jerk open, startled by nature's drumroll. Within 3 heartbeats, rain arrives, needle sharp, stinging fog into submission. Drops tattoo the lagoon, their rhythm chaotic, as a first-time drummer's solo. Palm-sized puddles form on your thighs, their chill shockingly precise. Fog shreds, retreating upward, while rain colonizes downward. Ripples multiply, a million liquid fists hammering the surface. Venice reappears, washed clean as a baptism candidate. Chimneys smoking, gulls screaming hangover complaints. Your gondola drifts, untethered yet certain, toward a mooring pole's vague silhouette. The storm's arrival feels climatic, but Venice deals in anticlimaxes. Rain soaks your shirt's left shoulder while sparing the right, nature's tease. Lightning flickers, a camera flash capturing hair plastered to your forehead, 200 yards left maybe, to a dockside cafe's awning. Or finds water again, muscles groaning like rusty hinges. Rain scrubs salt from your lips, each drop tasting vaguely alkaline. Mooring rings appear slick and shining like a trapeze, artist's grip. You reach fingers stretching through curtain downpour and miss. The pole tilts away, dodging with animate glee. Second attempt. This time wood slaps palm. The sting waking nerves, deadened by fog. Rope ties itself, half-hitch knots tightening like snake hugs. Rain drums harder, a standing ovation for surviving the whiteout. Your shoes squelch, not worth commenting on. The awning beckons, its neon sign reading bar in pragmatic red. Only now, safe under tin roof thunder, do you realize your left sock's migration toward ankle. Lightning forks again, illuminating the lagoon's newly restored borders. Fog lingers just past the breakwater, licking its wounds in bruised gray swirls. St. Mark's Campanile pierces cloud cover, its golden angel smug as sunrise itself. You order espresso, the cup's heat savagely comforting. Steam rises, miniature fog tendrils mocking their exiled cousins. Your reflection stains the espresso's crema, eyes wide as soup bowls. A tourist pamphlet floats in a puddle, its headline screaming Venice. City of light. Delusional, yet you almost envy the copywriter's optimism. Rain drips off your nose, plinking the cup with amateur percussion. Beyond the docks, the last fog banks dissolve, their retreat soundtracked by gull complaints. Morning asserts dominance. Delivery boats roar past, ignoring both speed limits and poetry. Waiters shout orders, their vowels bouncing like tennis balls off wet bricks. Tourists emerge, plastic ponchos rustling like hostile herbivores. The fog, so all-consuming minutes ago, shrinks to trivia footnote. Your fingers uncurl, palm lines map red from gripping ghost fears. That's Venice's oldest joke, how quickly sublime becomes ordinary. You sip burnt coffee, letting bitterness anchor you in now. Rain slows, its finale splattering the lagoon like drunken piano keys. An 8 a.m. vaporetto blasts its horn, a fog-free middle finger to nature's theatrics. You almost miss the silence, but your socks squelch a veto. Fog memories linger, draped over shoulders like borrowed shawls. You watch a water taxi slice the lagoon, its wake demolishing frail, mist remnants. Gondoliers reappear, their stripes soaked darker, voices hoarse from disuse. One winks as he passes, oar raised in soggy salute. You raise your cup, espresso grit saluting his survival. Both veterans of an unwinnable war. Sun weakens, battering clouds into submission. Goldenrod light bleeds through, apologetic as a truant student. The lagoon firms up under its gaze, liquid mercury, reverting to plain H2O fog specters, flee toward Torcello, their forms shredding into wisps of stray humidity. By lunch, no one will believe the morning's whiteout. Camera galleries prove nothing, just hazy smears beyond comprehension. You stand, ankles protesting damp's abuse, ready to join the living. The espresso's dregs, swirl patterns Francisco Goya might have painted if he hated mornings less. Drop a coin, its clink startling pigeons into panicked flight. Your shirt peels from skin, a sound like Velcro divorcing. As you step into Venice's reheated reality, the dock vibrates, retreating storm's aftershock or Vaporetto's passage. Doesn't matter. Dry land shapes your balance, steadying legs, still recalling phantom waves. Raindrops flee from sudden sunlight, evaporating halfway to puddles. A dozen radios argue across canals. Talk shows versus pop songs versus static. Venice, rebooted, noisy, and undeniable. You glance back, seeking fog's farewell wave, but only heat shimmer greets you. Air thickens, mosquitoes replacing mist as daytime pests. A waiter clears your cup, its ring stain already shrinking on the table. Ticket vendors reopen booths, their awnings squealing upward like wounded bats. The ordinary colonizes fast, bulldozing magic into hiding. Your socks squelch again, the morning's persistent encore. You grin despite spongy toes, survivor of something barely explainable. Up ahead, your hotel's sign flicks on each bulb, buzzing like an angry hornet. Checkout time looms, another reality no fog can erase. You start walking, leaving the lagoon to concoct its next disappearing act. Cobblestones steam under sunlight, billowing like dry ice at pop concerts. Footsteps echo where fog muffled all. A shopkeeper shakes rain from his mat, water droplets fleeing as you pass. Children dart plastic swords, fencing invisible vapor dragons. By the bridge, a street artist repaints his sign Fog Tour. See Venice unseen. Capitalism's vultures circle drained miracles. Your key waits, heavy with lobby carpet smells. Stairs rise, each step creaking predictable complaints. Elevator music drifts from somewhere, saxophones sobbing over forgotten love songs. Door unlocks, revealing yesterday's clothes strewn like crime scene evidence. You kick off, shoes their soles squashing into defeated sighs. The windows still open fog's refugee scents, clinging to curtains. Open lagoon glints innocent as polished steel. Not one white wisp remains the erasure total. Did it happen, the blindness, the silence, or just coffee-deprived hallucinations? A fish leaps its arc glinting silver and winks before vanishing. Non-answer enough. Bed sags, welcoming back a veteran of moisture wars. Pillowcase smells inexplicably of sunscreen and wood smoke. Sheets stick, unfurling cold surprises against knees. Alarm clock glares, red numbers scolding wasted daylight. You kill its face with one slap, the room sighing into gloom. Rain starts again, gentler now, as if apologizing for the storm's earlier rage. Drops whisper against glass, coded messages from departed fog wraiths. You should shower, pack, check train times. Instead, your spine melts into mattress springs. Eyelids commandeer all decision-making power. Fog lives there waiting behind shut lids. Cool tongues lap your temples, inviting surrender. One last breath of wet stone, chlorine overripe peaches. Then, nothing at all. A lamppost flickers ahead, its sickly glow fighting fogs, smothering grip. Rust streaks its iron neck like bloody tears for drowned lovers. Mooring rings clank hollow, their iron tongues silenced under wet wool air. 3 splashes answer from the dark fish leaps or phantom applause. Your neck prickles, every hair barracks into revolt. That lamppost marks Traghetto Stop 7, one of 8 remaining public ferries, crisscrossing the Grand Canal. 19th century, law demanded gas lights at each to save drunk nobles from canal baptisms. Modern bulbs shame their ancestors, pale imitations, guttering in mist's throat. Engineers swear they'll retrofit with LEDs. But the city's budget floats belly up since the flood barriers ate the treasury. Yellow blooms sudden, staining your sleeves with soggy light. Twin lanterns appear, their glass bellies sheltering candle flames. The left one flickers, its wick starving for oxygen. Murano glass blurs once added gold dust to crimson lanterns, believing it trapped demons seeking warm nests. The right lantern bleeds scarlet, its hue suspiciously like garnets dissolved in wine. You lean closer, drawn like moth to life flame. Water below holds a twin, the lantern's reflection struggling in black silk. Its form stretches, taut as hanged man's shadow. Crimson fingers grope downward, desperate to touch their mirror selves. You hold breath, fog clotting your nostrils with mildew secrets. The reflections meet. Fire licks water, a forbidden kiss across dimensions. For 3 heartbeats, they merge, becoming a submerged inferno. Historians still argue whether Venetian plague lanterns used red glass to warn of quarantine houses, or just excite German tourists. The debate feels petty as 2 flames drown each other. Ripples assassinate the union. Water swallows light, extinguishing the red embrace mid-climax. Circles spread, erasing evidence before reaching your gondola's prow. Lagoon memory lasts only moments, as locals know from generations of dropped wedding rings. A fisherman's curse slices the silence, startling your spine straight. His voice carries from beyond the fog bank, Venetian dialect, like gravel rolling downhill. You wait for follow-up sounds, but silence gulps them greedily. Ghost stories bubble up unbidden. Nana's whisper of lantern phantasma, lost betrothal lamps tossed by scorned brides. They rise annually, seeking men foolish enough to touch their fiery tears. Your fingers inch toward the real lantern, then retreat flippancy, shriveled by the dark. Your own lantern wobbles its reflection, a timid greeter in the depths. Copper hull paint warps its light, creating a melted sunset smear. Marine archaeologists found 16 perfect lamps intact in canal mud last year, each buried upright, as if planted by some underwater gardener. Tradition dictates shattering recovered lights, lest they summon their twin spirits. A fish breaches near the reflection, its scales borrowing flame gold for one glorious moment. Submerged wings flutter, some deep thing observing your trespass, or just eel tails twitching, depending on whether you finished high school biology. The ripple hits, fracturing your lantern's watery clone into starburst fragments. Cold numbs your knuckles, air stealing heat through wet linen gloves. You fumble for matches, an actor forgetting their prop dagger. The match head skitters, refusing friction's violent proposal. Third dry births flame a tiny sunrise between trembling fingers. New fire blooms, sputtering through damp wick rebellion. Fresh light pushes back the fog, carving a 6-foot dome of visibility. Shadows sharpen your gondola's prow, becoming a charcoal slash against gray. The flame steadies its reflection, mirroring the effort below. 3 things happen at once. The fisherman's curses resume. Closer now, his vowels sharp as gutting knives. A church bell tolls, its bronze tongue muffled by wet atmosphere. Your lantern flame leans left, kissing the glass neck, trying to escape its cage. Reflections distort. Below, the fire's twin stretches into a crimson spear, stabbing depths far blacker than lagoon mud. Marine biologists would blame stratified water layers bending light, but your gut murmurs doorway. A chill climbs your sternum, frost ferns flowering beneath skin. You jerk the lantern back, burning fingertips on brass hinges. Pain slices through dream fog, an anchor to now. The reflection snaps, reverting to obedient mimicry. Heartbeats thunder, each pulse shouting, overreacting in amateur theatrics. Palazzo lights gutter on across the canal, their glow smeared like butter on fog's toast. Only outlines survive, grand arches reduced to hunched shoulders. Yellow squares multiply, Venetians flicking switches with sleep-swollen fingers. Their reflections refuse the water, entirely too proud to dirty themselves in the lagoon's ink. Your own light dims, flame shrinking into blue despair. Wax pools, capturing swirling fingerprints of air current. Guidebooks claim Venice maintained 11,000 street lamps during Casanova's era, each lit by monks trained not to peek into alleyway trysts. The math feels dubious, but so does that man's haircut in the oil painting at Ca Rezzonico. Mist thickens again, a spiteful exhalation from the canal floor. Lantern light shrinks your world, contracting to 3 feet of oily visibility. The water's twin flame diminishes, a dying star in liquid cosmos. A shadow surges upward, meeting the lantern's reflection mid-descent. For half a breath, a silhouette hangs suspended, limbs outstretched like inverted crucifixion. Then gone, leaving only concentric rings to prove the disturbance. Adrenaline floods your mouth, copper tang overpowering damp air. Was it driftwood? A seal? Those exist here, though the last local specimen fled tourist speedboats in 1998. You lean over, lantern extended, peering into water, suddenly opaque as obsidian. Silence returns, polished smooth by shock. Even the distant fisherman holds his peace. Reflection shivers, light dancing on unseen currents. Perhaps your eyes conjured it, robbed of stimulation, like prisoners in dark cells. Sudden knowledge blooms. You shouldn't look anymore. Every culture bans lingering at mirrors after midnight. Blood trickles from your bitten lip, salt waking dormant synapses. Muscle memory pulls the lantern back, breaking the staring contest with whatever won. The flame expires, its fuel spent, or courage exhausted. Darkness slams down more complete for the light that preceded it. Fumbling for matches feels reckless, like rewatching a horror movie's killer reveal. Walking away tempts you, dry land's promise of solidity. But the lantern chain binds your wrist, leather strap grown tight as handcuff. Maritime law once ordered all navigational lights tethered, so storm-bashed captains wouldn't lose them overboard. The loophole, never considered fog-strangled fools, chained to their own anxiety. Match strikes, flare baking retinas violet blue. New fire trembles to life, a weaker sibling to its extinguished elder. Wax wells, capturing the moment in frozen tides. Reflection reappears, submissive now, swaying with the water's patient rhythm. Without warning, the surface spasms. Water bulges, like bathwater disturbed by falling shampoo bottle. No splash follows, only trembling liquid refocusing. The lantern's double distorts, stretching into impossible angles, then snapping back to docile mimicry. Cold sweat glues your shirt to spine, Venetian winter asserting dominance. That bakery scent returns, yeasty warmth ruined by brine's intrusion. Footsteps approach, their rhythm precise on fog-slicked stones. Leather soles scuffing bricks, pausing near your mooring post. A cough shreds the silence, male, unapologetically phlegmy. You freeze, lantern raised like puny shield. No words come. The footsteps retreat, swallowed faster than biscuits in cafe espresso. Either help offered, then rescinded, or another hallucination ginned up by oxygen deprivation. Wind rises, sudden fog's final parry before dawn's advance. Lantern flame cowers, its light crouching low in the glass belly. Reflection shrinks, becoming a miniature sun in oil ocean. Dawn gilds the eastern fog bank, mustard light bleeding through dirty gauze. The lagoon firms under its gaze, water waking from trance. Your lantern flame dims, ashamed before solar superiority. Flames know their place once true light arrives. Ripples spread from the fish's forgotten leap, returning now as if summoned. They jostle the reflection, breaking its cohesion. Color leaches back into Venice, brick rust, and algae green shrugging off fog's monochrome tyranny. You lower the lantern, its purpose fulfilled. The water's mirror flame salutes once, then dissipates, mercury poured down a drain. What secrets hid in its crimson depths? Best leave them to lagoon keepers. Coffee machines whine nearby, their promise more sacred than any ghost story. The iron post chills your palm, anchoring you to now, to today, to unhaunted hours ahead. Lantern chain unbuckles, freed wrist buzzing with pins and needles liberation. Sunrise finishes, fog's autopsy. Golden light stitches sky to water, seamstress repairing ripped fabric. Vaporetti engines rumble their diesel chant, resurrecting modern Venice. A gull swoops, snatching something silver from your lantern's reflection spot. Fish or fog remnant, it gulps the prize mid-flight. The bird's cry folds into the morning's chorus, ordinary and brisk as a barista's change-making. You turn away, leaving the lamppost to mourn alone. Wet shoes squelch toward caffeine's embrace. Behind, the water smooths its skin, preparing to reflect the next lantern, the next fool, the next midnight collision of fire and imitation. A flicker catches your periphery, silver shivering just below the surface. Your head snaps left, water already smoothing over the wound in its skin. You freeze, or, hovering mid-stroke, ripples die betraying nothing. Then another flash. Scales ignite like struck magnesium, blinding white against all-black depths. It arcs, a submerged knife slash, before plunging back into oblivion. Your breath hitches. A fisherman's daughter once told you lagoon fish grow brighter during edit. Please disregard my prior attempt. For Section 18, Expansion. You stare where the thing vanished, water stitching itself seamless again. Every Venetian child knows that sudden fish flashes mean one of two things. Either mullet fleeing octopus, or someone's discarded necklace trying to climb home. Leaning over your face fractures in the black mirror, ripple-warped cheeks, eyes stretched into grotesque masks, mouth yawning like a carp's. Water in Venice holds grudges, distorting reflections long before Narcissus invented the problem. Another silver streak, this one closer, razoring past your gondola's belly. Biologists claim certain lagoon fish bioluminate during autumn spawns, though none admit to witnessing it personally. Like UFO sightings, proof dissolves upon contact with authority. Your ore drips, each drop exploding into tiny galaxies on the surface. You dip fingers, breaking the mirror into swirling chaos. Cold shocks your joints, a reminder this water chews stone for breakfast. When the surface stills, your reflection returns changed. One eye floats higher, lips smeared sideways, a Picasso drafted in moon ink. A bubble surfaces, then another jellyfish eggs, or submerged laughter. Venetian fishermen once paid taxes in sturgeon during lean harvest seasons, forcing nobles to banquet on fish they'd rather taxidermy. Historical menus show 17-course fish feasts, ending with sturgeon liver ice cream. The thought churns your stomach, or maybe it's the canals' sulfur breath. Something brushes the hull gentle as a seamstress threading needles. Hairline cracks appear in your reflection, like stained glass stressed by frost. You peer closer, nose inches from stealing a kiss from your oily twin. Locals whisper of pes electrico, glowing eels predicting tempests by swimming counterclockwise. Skeptics blame algae blooms, same folks who swear pigeons don't recognize individual tourists. Below, a shape coils, ember orange filaments pulsing along its spine. It darts, leaving afterburners fading in the murk. Your reflection grimaces, water warping your scowl into a death mask grin. Goosebumps rise, unrelated to the midnight chill. Historians still argue whether Doges banned night fishing to protect eel stocks or quiet canal ghost stories. The debate feels academic as you watch your face disintegrate. 4 bubbles rise, perfectly spaced quavers on a liquid staff. You count the pauses, 1, 2, 3, tasting iron on your tongue. On the 4th beat, every lamp along the fondamenta flickers. Synchronized, ominous, probably just a power surge or mass hysteria conducted by feral cats. The fish reappears, flashing beneath your shattered mirror twin. Closer now, showing scales like hammered pewter. Its dorsal fin cuts water silent as scissors through satin. Mediterranean bream or hallucination, your eyes vote both. You jerk backward, wood creaking protest beneath your knees. The fish vanishes, along with 80% of your reflection's chin. What remains smiles crookedly, knowing something you don't. Your actual mouth purses, betrayed by its aquatic doppelganger. Murano glassmakers once crafted 1,000-lyre lures, embedded with real fish scales. 12 still exist, locked in a museum basement after too many accidental thefts. Their sparkle was said to hypnotize even the wariest cod, though no one admits testing this since Mussolini banned fishing competitions. Your reflection ripples, water weaving new wrinkles into its borrowed face. A silver shape glides beneath it, slower, now contemplating the surface. Its eye meets yours, black orb, rimmed with mercury fire. For one suspended second, you understand communion. Then it strikes. A geyser erupts, freezing spray dousing your front. You flail, gripping gunnels as the gondola shudders. When vision clears, the fish is gone. Your reflection lies in shards, reassembling itself, one jagged piece at a time. Distant thunder groans, or maybe a vaporetto testing dawn engines. You wipe brine from your eyes, fingers trembling in delayed revolt. The lagoon quiets, holding its secrets like a senator holding tax records. Your reflection steadies, almost recognizable now. Almost. The left eyebrow arches higher, mocking your adrenaline. You lean closer, testing if it mimics or leads. Water fills your ears with submarine whispers, half-formed words in a dialect older than bricks. A final flash deep beneath the boat, brief as a camera strobe. Then nothing, just your face floating pale and borrowed on Venice's oldest mirror. You pull back before it winks. Dawn's first knife slash splits the eastern clouds, spilling whey-colored light onto the canals. Your reflection pales, retreating into deeper layers of gloom. Silver fish dart at the edge of vision, real or retinal afterburn. You'll never decide. You lift the oar, breaking the water's skin with measured thrust. Ripples erase the last evidence, your face dissolving like sugar in tea. The gondola glides forward, leaving that scaled ghost to its circular patrol. Venice sighs behind you, readying itself for postcard mornings and espresso steam. Night's liquid mysteries retreat anchored only in your damp sleeves and twitching eyelids. You row toward breakfast, each stroke widening the gap between witness and participant. Palazzo windows bloom with electric light, modern suns banishing medieval shadows. Their reflections glide across the water confident and untroubled. You avoid looking down, suddenly certain your face hasn't finished reforming. The fish leaps one final time, a silver apostrophe punctuating the dark. Its splash echoes off limestone, applause from an unseen audience. You nod, though unsure what you've performed, then round the bend into sunrises in different glare. The eastern horizon flickers again, this time accompanied by a low grumble, not thunder proper, more like giants shifting in sleep beneath the Adriatic. Your neck hairs prickle, as if tiny antennae tuning to forgotten wavelengths. Rain should follow such theatrics, yet your outstretched palm remains dry. Venice hoards, whether like a jeweler hoards flawed diamonds, displaying only perfect storms above Piazza San Marco. Lido's shoreline gulps down the lightning, leaving your skin tingling with phantom drizzle. A second flash bleaches millions of window panes, briefly resurrecting every extinguished candle in Dorseguro. Palazzi become negative images, bone-white facades with obsidian voids where eyes should peer. Historians cite 9 nighttime bombardments during the War of Chioggia, though none explain these dry bombardments still haunting modern midnights. The next rumble rolls slower, tarry thick, maybe thunder, or dredgers clearing Malamaco's choked channels. Your gondola shivers, vibrations traveling up through oak ribs. Fishermen swear storms remember paths, retracing old lightning strikes like nostalgic ghosts. You half expect Napoleon's cannon fire or Byzantine broadsides to shake the Campanile's shadow from its foundations. Static lifts your arm hairs, synchronized with distant flashes. Ozone creeps across the water sharp as lemon zest cut with gunpowder. Someone's abandoned laundry snaps like sails above a fondamenta, shirts fighting invisible rigging. That sulfur honey taste coats your tongue again, Venice's version of impending rain. No cloud mars the star-lashed sky, just silent flickers beyond the Lido barrier. Meteorologists blame dry thunderstorms, rare as sober carnival nights, but your spine insists it's ancestral. 8 heartbeats pass between flash and growl, counting with lips pressed thin. At 16, iron clamps tighten across your temples. Torture devices from the Doge's prisons might have worked softer. A local legend claims lightning over San Niccolo de Mendicali bears encrypted messages. Secretives St. Cyrists decode them using rusted weather vanes, though their translation of the 1764 Tempest read simply gnocchi oversalted. You smirk, then duck instinctively at the next skycrack. Night blooming algae glow chartreuse, where oar strokes disturbed them earlier. Their eerie phosphorescence argues with the horizon's electric white, nature's faulty neon sign. Your sweater sparks blue, where wool meets neck, St. Elmo's fire playing dress up. Field biologists insist terriers and grandmothers attract this most, but waterlogged gondoliers qualify tonight. The thunder weakens, each subsequent growl softer than a stone lion's yawn. Historians still argue whether 18th century Venetians bribed clouds away with gilded weathercocks. The theory gains merit as the last flickers became embarrassed, ashamed, finally cloaking themselves behind Cortina's peaks. Lido vanishes, swallowed by false dawn crawling from Jessalo. No raindrops pearl your sweater, only dew kissed onto shoulders by departing ghosts. Your ears pop pressure, equalizing with some vast withdrawal. Electricity drains from the air, leaving it limp as yesterday's balloons. That charged taste fades, replaced by bakery yeast sneaking across Canergio. The storm's memory retreats, an angry letter left unsent, folded into lagoon sediments for archaeologists to misinterpret. One final flicker weak as a dying flashlight signals surrender over Murano. San Michele's cypresses stand rigid, unimpressed by celestial tantrums. The Adriatic sighs, resuming its shift as Venice's worn-out bodyguard. Your knuckles ache from gripping the oar too tight. You loosen them, one finger at a time, blood rushing back like tardy theatergoers. The canals darken properly again, stars reflecting sharper without competition. Somewhere beyond Lido, real rain finally falls, slapping unseen beaches with the enthusiasm of a child drumming cookware. A 20-minute vaporetto ride would prove it, but distance keeps the miracle intact. Here, only the ghost of storms past curls beneath your stern, licking barnacles in contrition. Prickling fades from your neck, leaving skin neutered and ordinary. Dawn's vanguard bleaches the last runway of night, pushing memories of thunder into souvenir snow globes. Another Venice survives, untouched by weather ready for its close-up. You row, every splash sounding louder after sky theater. Palazzos yawn, shutters creaking upward on groggy hinges. Normalcy returns flimsy as a carnival mask, but you feel lightning's afterglow humming in molars. Maybe everyone does, mistaking it for bad cell reception or nostalgia, or the city breathing. No storm clouds bruise the brightening expanse, just clean blue stretching toward Trieste. The horizon sits innocent as a nun's diary, all prior flickers scrubbed from its resume. You adjust your collar, suddenly craving espresso's static counterbalance to all this filtered dawn. Far away, perhaps Slovenia, thunder finally completes its aborted thought. The sound arrives DOA, just vibration through gondola wood, interpreted only by the blisters on your palms. A hush settles, like dust inside a stopped grandfather clock. Dawn bleeds milk pale into the sky, yet torches still gutter along Rio della Senza. Their flames stretch thin, as if some unseen mouth sucks them upward. Another gondola materializes, parallel to yours, just 30 feet off starboard. Black paint eats the weak light, making it more void than vessel. Every 16th century decree demanded this funereal hue. Nobles fearing vibrant boats would inflame peasant envy. No oar disturbs the water, yet it glides unwavering. The figure at stern stands too rigid, carved from compressed shadow. No telltale sway of human balance, just a hat's silhouette sharp enough to cut moonglow. Typical gondoliers whistle or mutter curses at stray cats, but silence hangs thicker than winter fog. Your own oar freezes mid-stroke, drips echoing like stick taps in an empty opera house. The boat maintains pace, matching you stroke for non-stroke. 3 shapes huddle amidships, cowled in cloaks, seemingly woven from canal darkness. No hands grip the gunwales, no boots scuff the hull. A faint smell drifts across mothballs and withered violets, funeral flowers kept too long. Scholars estimate 10,000 phantoms glide nightly through Venice's arteries, lost crusaders and drowned lovers, varnishing the city's underbelly. You count ribs beneath sweater, confirming solidity as your gondola rocks in their wake. Historians still argue why all gondolas tilt slightly starboard, some claiming asymmetric hulls combat canal currents, others whispering boatmen bias toward lovers' windows. The dark gondola lists identically, copying your boat's crooked poetry. Closer now, close enough to spot fraying on the shadow gondolier's sleeve. Gold thread unravels, catching the first proper sunbeam. Reality blurs, threads disintegrating like smoke strands in a non-existent breeze. Black fabric bunches where knees should bend, yet nothing resembling legs supports the figure. It doesn't turn, its face a smudged thumbprint on twilight. An old mariner's yarn claims midnight gondolas fairy souls who can't accept death's gondoliers. Their fee is memories, extracting one per passenger until only hollow vessels remain. Your tongue prods a childhood scar, testing recollection. The boats slide abreast, momentarily close enough to touch. Cold blooms in your chest, the chill of crypt air leaking through sun-warmed brick. One shrouded passenger shifts, a skeletal wrist glinting where sleeve falls back, bone polished smooth by centuries of tides. Your thumbnail digs into oar wood, splinters pricking proof of life. Their gondolier's hat finally tilts, revealing only deeper darkness beneath. A single star winks out overhead, snuffed by an unseen gesture. Then it's past, sliding behind without ripple or farewell. No wake mars the water, as if mist birthed and reclaimed the spectacle. Torch flames snap back to full height, startled by your shudder. Castello's bell-trike clangs once, a bronze fist punching through the trance. You turn, finding only undisturbed water behind. Dawn completes its invasion, painting palaces in marmalade hues. Was it pilgrims en route to Marco's bones, jubilant plague victims haunting their quarantined lagoon? Or just sleep-deprived eyes stitching shadows into theater. Venice stores answers deeper than its rotting pylons, beyond even eel-infested mud. Sunlight hits your neck, weak as tisane, but the phantom chill lingers. Your oar resumes stirring water, the wet slap loud as a prosecutor's gavel. Ordinary sounds rush back, gull cries and slamming shutters, erasing the encounter's edges. Another gondola approaches from Santa Croce, its red-capped rower cursing seagulls, dive-bombing his lunch. His passengers snap selfies, oblivious to afterlife traffic. You raise a hand, relieved, when he waves back with garlic-stained fingers. San Michele's island cemetery glows white, reminding you to check mortality's rearview mirror. Blisters protest your resumed rowing, angry reminders of meat and bone reality. That mothball scent clings, burrowed into your collar's fibers. You'll smell it next Tuesday during laundry, frozen mid-fold, wondering if memory requires souvenirs. For now, you row toward espresso's bitter anchor, your reflection staring back from below. Ripples fracture it endlessly, reassembling only when still. The espresso's ghost still burns your tongue bitter courage for the widening dark. You glide past San Travaso's district, where shipwrights once hammered war galleys round the clock. Now, only water slaps hulls at anchor, each hollow knock echoing through mooring chains. A tremor runs through the oar, shivering up your arms like winter voltage. Your shoulders tense, instinct sensing channel shifts beneath black glass. Venice floats, where sweet alpine rivers bleed into the brine Piave and Tagliamento, secretly freshening the lagoon's veins. This hidden pulse keeps seawater from strangling the city, though few tourists ever feel its kiss. Your gondola drifts across an unseen border, warmth leaching from your bones in seconds. Humans cling to shorelines, but below lies a world stranger than any palazzo. Somewhere beneath you, 90 feet down, lays Dalmatian marble, mined for Doge's columns. Historians still debate whether Renaissance boatmen sensed these depths through hull vibrations, or dismissed them as demon tugs. Currents finger the keel, invisible nails scraping old wood. You peer overboard, seeing nothing but your own face shattered by ripples. Then, 50 feet starboard, the water churns like spilled oil. Something massive glides just subsurface, darkening the canal floor beneath it. No dorsal fin breaks the tension, just a hump twice the length of your boat. Your knuckles bleach, gripping the gunwale, nerve endings screaming submarine versus sanity. Carp fishermen swear they've netted lagoon sturgeon longer than gondolas, silver armor piercing their nets. Biologists scoff, claiming the salt would pickle such freshwater giants. Yet here it is, or isn't, the wake already fading to calm. Your throat unlocks, drawing air sharp as broken glass. You dip fingers overboard, snatching them back fast. The water's so cold here, it feels alpine. Winter snowmelt from Dolomite peaks, taking months to slither underground, finally surfacing with a corpse's breath. Floating saltwater masks these icy springs, Venice's open secret. Romans whispered drowned armies haunted these depths, sword hands forever reaching toward sunbeams. A spectral chill climbs your spine, though your sweater still smells of phantom mothballs. Seasoned captains warn about this stretch. After sundown, swap stories of compass needles spinning wild. One gondolier insists he once saw his childhood dog down there, swimming circles beneath his hull. Your boat rotates slowly, pushed by the freshwater upwelling. No oar needed, just the silent shove of melted glaciers. Palaces blur, their reflections warped by swirling temperatures. Cold nibbles your ankles, reminding you skins no thicker than rice paper against the deep. Early engineers knew these springs, diverted some to feed ornate courtyard wells. Doge Dandolo himself toasted conspirators with water chilled by mountain ghosts. You imagine wolves drinking from upstream bends, their howls frozen midair, now thawing into Venice's bones. That sturgeon or hallucination disturbs the surface again. A bubble bursts, releasing swamp gas centuries old. Legend claims Venetian alchemists hid immortality elixirs in underground streams, vials still tumbling in the icy flow. Looters dredging last year swore they heard bells tolling beneath the mud. Your gondola shudders, another current claiming custody. The oar slips, smacking water with gunshot loudness. Curses die in your throat, ripples spreading like cracks in reality's glaze. Motionless moments pass until a duck paddles by. It quacks with suburban indifference, diving for weeds. Reality reasserts like wet velvet. Science measures these hidden flows, charting temperature dips for hydrology journals. None explain why your teeth chatter under 60-degree moonlight. Marsh gases, they insist, hallucinogens rising from decomposed medusa hair. Local nuns once sold vials of Lagoon tearwater, guaranteed to cure lovesickness. Postcards show bearded ladies sipping it at carnival. 2 bridges ahead, high-arched enough to pass beneath. The current steers you toward the left, one stone drip, echoing in the throat-like tunnel. Your eyes adjust to sudden gloom, water eating light whole. Some claim blind gondoliers once navigated these channels, by echo alone memorizing Venice's voice like opera scores. Bats flutter past, wingtips brushing your hair. Their clicks needle the silence, remapping arches your eyes can't see. Mussolini ordered these tunnels widened, hoping to motorboat through for fascist parades. Workers down tools, whispering about curses in the brickwork. Emerging, the cold grip relents, sun-warmed brine reclaiming the hull. Leftover goosebumps prickle your arms, souvenirs from whatever passed beneath. That spring kissed your boat like a widow greeting her husband's portrait, all ice and absence. Fishermen swear nets snag easier here, water thick with suspended memories. San Marco's quay glimmers ahead, yellow lamps cloning themselves on wavelets. Your fingers flex, still feeling phantom tremors from below. Venice floats on terror and wonder, its drowned forest singing through endless rot. One last glance back ripples, sketching silver hieroglyphs where currents duel. A tourist barge churns past, oblivious, its wake erasing the cold seam forever. You inhale diesel and low tide, proof of life's messy persistence. Maybe tomorrow's high tide will lift that sunken marble or carry sturgeon bones to the Lido. Tonight, you let the warmer current nudge you home, while alpine snowmelt licks the keel below. Water doesn't forget, even when land does. Your neck prickles, but you don't look back again. Your gondola drifts beyond the cathedral's shadow, borne by currents warmer than mercy. The oar drips lazily, each splash muffled by humid air. Ahead, Piazza San Marco yawns empty, except for bored pigeons. Even ghosts avoid that square after midnight. Too many tourist memories. A glint snags your peripheral vision. 30 feet left on the fondamenta. A figure stands motionless, black wool swallowing moonlight. Not a tourist, locals see wool as winter's curse. The shape makes no move, body angled half toward your boat. You pause mid-stroke, water sloshing like a disturbed grave. That stance echoes marble saints, frozen mid-benediction. Canal guides whisper of faceless sentinels guarding palazzos. Few mention suffocating dread when those guards turn. Mussolini once marched troops here at dawn, boots echoing off waterlogged stone. Historians debate whether angry pigeons drove them off first. The figure's cloak shows no seams, fabric sagging like dead sails. No hands emerge, no face survives beneath the cowl. Your thumb twitches, remembering nuns hawking Lagoon tearwater near this quay. That corner once held the Pietra del Bando, Venice's ancient law stone. Antiquarians say it glowed red to warn of treason. Now only peeling stucco remains, or does it? Your knuckles whiten around the oar. Is it watching you? One jest cracks your thoughts. Maybe Venice finds phantoms for lurking. The cloaked head tilts. If you squint, backstreet vendors peddle ghost-flavored gelato, pistachio, with ectoplasm swirl. A shutter slams above metal clap, freezing your pulse. Your gaze flicks up and back down. The fondamenta lies bare, only wet cobbles gleaming. That woolen shadow evaporates. No footsteps ever proof it lived. Necromancers of note, they say the lagoon birth mists devour all echoes. Your spine demands vodka or sprinting. Breath comes too fast, lips tasting burnt ozone. Venice prohibited cloaks like that in 1627. Too many stabbings beneath drapery. Yet councils themselves, huddled in black, secret meetings, fermenting coups. The campanile looms, its brickwork glowing sickly pink under street lamps. Your nerves scream, cellos playing funeral dirges inside veins. One night in 1902, that tower crumpled like wet cake. No one died, only a cat orphaned. You count heartbeats, 37 thuds before muscles thaw. The gondola drifts sideways, kissing mossy steps. Historians still argue whether Napoleon swiped those bronze St. Mark's horses or just modeled bad hats. A fish gulps air, puncturing tension with wet mockery. You snort laughter, startling a sleeping gull. Two ripples radiate, one from fish, one from shame. No trace remains where the figure stood. You scan distant columns, hunting wool-draped secrets. Heavy curtains sway behind mullioned windows, darkness bleeding between folds. That hooded shape could be time's forgotten toll-taker, demanding coins erased from circulation. Ferry workers still toss lyre into canals, pocket change appeasing older debts. Your oar finds water again, push weaker than intention. Each stroke invents flimsy excuses, harsh weather or fatigue. Truth roils beneath the marrow-deep certainty that woolen terror saw you first. Small waves chuckle against stone, water's cruel punchline. Venice hoards watchers the way London hoards rain. Tomorrow, you'll blame sleep deprivation. Tonight, that being wore gravity like fur. Palace lights mimic constellations, leading toward moth-chewed safety. You row faster, warm sweat conquering alpine chills. Fondamenta edges blur to ink drips, night reclaiming its ruined portrait. Pigeons erupt from a roof tile, wings clattering loose fears. Their path arrows west toward Lido cemeteries and forgotten things. Your laugh tastes sour, city of masks laughing back. You rub eyelids hard, hoping for woven gauze visions. Only darkness rewards the pressure, throbbing like a split fig. The cloaked thing, if it ever existed, poured itself into shadows between steps. Memories dissolve too neatly, leave you doubting sanity's lease. Perhaps the gentlest specters let humans disbelieve. Moonlight bleeds across empty fondamenta, rewards your empty stare. Nothing leans against lampposts, nothing lurks behind mooring poles. Even Venice's nightmares stay social distance polite. Beak-nosed gargoyles yawn overhead, bored with mere human dread. Breeze lifts damp hair, a mother's fingers decades gone. The canal's black tongue licks hull wood here then not. You turn away, focusing on Grand Canal's mouth ahead. Today's terror becomes tomorrow's tavern tale, embellished with free grappa. Truth has no foothold, only slantways echoes under bridges. Glancing back one last time, searching for wool or void, you see only your own wake shimmer, dissolving into dark. An alley cat howls, two tones too human-toned to trust. The oar trembles, but never breaks rhythm. You pass Palazzo Malapiro, where Lord Byron boxed with servants. Still no cloaked shape watching. Just laundry hung to dry, no. Their flags maybe, hard to gauge, in Umbral Street. Your pulse steadies, Lagoon's pulse replacing yours. One tremor remains buried in pinky muscle memory. Venice keeps this souvenir, proof you met something. Tomorrow's sun will bleach it benign. Candles gutter far above, devoured by fat wax fists. Warmth creeps into your ankles, summer reviving tentative hold. Perhaps the figure waits down twisting alleys, invisible unless sideways glanced. Your boat swims onward beneath bridge sighs, past lily-scented drains. Venice peels mysteries like onions, layer upon tears upon nothing. Dreams already stretch greedy fingers, promising wool-less peace under linen sheets. The fondamenta curves away, swallowed by brackish gloom. A night watchman whistles off-key farther on his tune, threading through colonnades. You match the melody, humming louder than fear allows. The stars above refuse to comment. You glide toward San Michele's bone-white walls, its cypress fingers combing low clouds. The island cemetery drinks moonlight, mausoleum doors sealed tighter than bankruptcy vows. Your gondola slows, as if the lagoon grows thicker here. Oar strokes falter, water resisting like chilled syrup. Beneath you, blackness hums, not silence, but a dense choir of submerged throats. Venice floats, on forest bones, millions of oak trunks hammered into mud. Experts claim 9 trunks per square meter, like toothpicks stabbed into cake. They turn to stone over centuries, lagoon minerals, petrifying desperate timber. Your souls tingle, sensing the vertical grove below. Each stroke connects you to that inverted woodscape, an upside-down Alps shrouded in silt. Someone once tried counting those sunken pylons, gave up at 4,612,000. That man now rests right here, row 20, plot 83, under a math-etched tombstone. Historians still argue whether builders soaked the wood in salt or drove it raw into the deep. Alexandro Marcello wrote of workers cursing spongy timber, blistered hands staining harbor water pink. You imagine guides peddling different answers, depending on tourist tip generosity. The humming swells wet and woody, like a drowned cathedral organ. Venice never truly sleeps. It groans, settles, argues with its submerged skeleton. Some nights, locals swear they hear pile drivers echoing, though none work past dusk. One barista near Campo Santa Margherita sells substrate espresso, promising ground bean vibrations matching the city's pulse. Your oar grazes something submerged, not rock, something giving yet unyielding. Legends say tools embedded in the pylons still twitch, axes remembering swing arcs, saws humming forgotten teeth songs. A jest rises unbidden. Maybe Venetian builders invented underground IKEA flatpack empires, rising on soggy instructions. You lean over the gunwale, peering into oil-slick water. Reflected stars shiver, broken by bubbles rising from below. Some claim these are wood-size, petrified trunks, exhaling 800-year breaths. Marine biologists mutter about methane, party poopers armed with clipboards. A rasping vibrates through the hull, up your spine, settling in molars. The sensation recalls childhood, pressing ear to railroad tracks, waiting for distant thunder. Here, the thunder lives below, permanent, grumpy, shifted by tides. Fishermen whisper of snagged nets, pulled taut against wood ghosts. They cut lines rather than risk dredging up sleepers. Palazzo foundations appear to your left, their skirts dipped in black ink. You picture cross-sections, crustacean-crusted columns sinking through layers. 15 meters down, medieval oak grips Adriatic silt, refusing retirement. Workers once hauled those logs from Slovenia's forests, floating them down rivers like green convoys. A soft knock reverberates beneath the gondola, then another irregular as a failing heart. Your breath catches, eyes darting to nearby boats. All remain empty, moored properly, no pranksters visible. Could be carp headbutting algae, or Marco Polos, ghost testing trapdoors. Moonlight glints on water, revealing whorls and spirals swirling countercurrent. They mimic wood grain patterns, as if the submerged forest dreams upward. You recall a cranky anthropologist's theory: Venice floats because millions of tree spirits hold hands beneath the mud. Peer reviewers roasted her, then couldn't explain identical whirlpools near Rialto. Suddenly, the humming stops. Water lies mute, a held breath stretching seconds. Even the chop stills, Lagoon becoming polished obsidian. Your neck hairs rise, anticipating crescendo. Silence here feels wrong, like an orchestra pit emptying mid-opera. Then a single deep boom, more felt than heard. The gondola shudders, lantern flame guttering wild orange. Fish break surface nearby, silver panic flashing then gone. You grip the oar, knuckles pale as San Michele's statues. That sound mirrors demolitions, but deeper, older, a millennia-old tree falling in no forest. The normal hum resumes, sheepish now, as if caught eavesdropping. Waves slap hulls with renewed gossip. You release breath, realizing you'd hunched like prey. A laugh escapes, thin and high, startling a night heron into flight. Its wings beat loudly, masking your heartbeat's drumroll retreat. Engineers insist Venice sinks 2 millimeters yearly, inevitable as eyelid droops. Tonight, you wonder if it's not sinking, but being pulled downward. Gentle tugs from those petrified roots yearning for soil they've forgotten. Maybe cities, like people, crave reunions with foundational bones. Your oar finds rhythm again, muscles moving on autopilot. The submerged chorus fades, not gone, just quieter as you row east. San Michele's outline shrinks, a chalk mark on a slate. One wave, larger than others, sloshes over the bow. It leaves behind a pine needle straight and green, impossible here. You flick it overboard, watch it vanish into dark water, proof of nothing or everything. The gondola glides on, carving temporary wounds in the lagoon's skin. Below, the ancient forest keeps humming, its lullaby older than kingdoms. Midnight blue thins, streaked by hesitant milk glow along the horizon. Stars gutter above, doused one by one as dawn's first torchbearer approaches. You slump in the gondola, exhaustion weighting limbs like canal silt. Your breath fogs, hanging pale before vanishing eastward, chasing the coming light. Venice stirs, not awake, but rolling beneath linen sheets of mist. Mooring ropes creak, stretching against tidal yawns. Palaces blink marble eyelids, preparing for another masquerade of daylight. You watch the eastern sky, that slow blush spreading like watered wine on parchment. Historians still argue whether early sailors cursed dawn or worshipped its mercy. after starless nights. A single window ignites, yellow square piercing gray. Some insomniac scribe or baker kneading dough claims the city's first wakeful breath. Renaissance gamblers believed dawn light cursed dice rolls. They'd clutch bone cubes until full sunrise. You imagine them hunched in damp casinos, knuckles white around ivory truth-tellers. The eastern horizon bleeds now, peach bruising into salmon. Dorsajuros, warehouses sharpen edges, returning from liquid darkness. Your gondola drifts, caught in a yawn current too tired to push or pull. Venice built its fortune trading spices and silk. Dawn meant ledger books cracking, open ink staining merchant fingers. Today's first vaporetto groans in the distance, mechanical wail song breaching the quiet. Moon clings to western rooftops, pale as a fish belly stranded on tiles. Twin lanterns still burn on a passing barge, swaying like drunken fireflies. You catch whiffs of baking bread, anchovy paste, damp linen hung overnight. Somewhere, a cat's quarrel erupts, claws on stone, then silence heavier than before. Clouds vein the brightening sky, coral capillaries pumping light westward. A church bell tolls once, stray note wandering lonely over canals. Fishermen swear the best catches come between false dawn and true. They mutter about fish confessionals, gills whispering sins before nets drag them skyward. Your oar drips liquid silver, each ripple gleaming with borrowed light. Shadows dissolve, retreating into fondamenta cracks like unsettled ghosts. One marble wellhead glows, its carved lions snarling at retreating night. You blink, suddenly aware of the chill. The velvet dark had been warmer, cozier, like a shared secret. Venice rises now, not waking, but reassembling. Brick by brick, window by window, a city puzzles itself back together. Blue hour bleeds out, stained by yolk gold pouring over San Giorgio's steeple. A bead of sweat traces your spine, first acknowledgement of labor ahead. Dawn lacks mercy for those who danced all night with shadows. A breeze riffles still water, printing labyrinth patterns on the surface. Your gondola rocks, gentle as a cradle nudged by a mother's foot. 4 swallows dart, stitching invisible seams between palazzos. Mariners once tracked them for luck, counting wing beats to forecast storm distances. A sneeze escaped during count meant 7 weeks bad tides. You pinch your nose, just in case. The water changes texture, obsidian giving way to mercury. Reflections sharpen, no longer impressionist smears, but proper mirror images. You see your face floating pale, salt crusting eyebrows like frost. Who knew shadow rowing worked up such a thirst? Your tongue feels woolen, praying for that first bitter espresso. Sun cracks the horizon, molten gold, searing cloudbanks pink. Windows ignite domino style, palazzi flaunting sudden wealth of light. Redentor's dome catches fire, white stone burning incandescent. Your gondola warms, wood releasing stored night chill as visible vapor. Creaks become complaints, like an old man stretching in chair. Color floods the world, green shutters, ochre walls, peeling azure doors. Night's monochrome royalty abdicates its reign, dissolved by photons. You shield eyes, startled by a passing boat's sunflower yellow hull. It cruises past, captain yawning wide enough to swallow campanile. Water traffic thickens, garbage barges, police launches, supply boats stacked with produce. Waves grow choppy, slapping your gondola like playful children. Your arms protest, aching from hours, battling heavier dark currents. Daybreak rowing feels different, muscles pleading for cafe sugar spikes. Bird song erupts, sparrows claiming clotheslines as their birthright. A shutter bangs open, old man coughing hawks into canal below. He waves, missing teeth, forming a jack-o'-lantern grin. You nod back, too tired for Venetian niceties, knees creaking as you shift balance. Mist burns away, revealing candy-striped mooring poles along Zatter. Air warms fast, sun transforming breath fog into memory. Stone exhales, stored nighttime coolness, last defense against solar siege. Palaces shed their wolf fur, becoming mere buildings once more. Brick patterns emerge, repeating like merchant accounting ledgers. Historians tally 1,600,000 facing bricks, each hand-pressed, sun-dried, ferried here by barge. Sweat beads your neck, first sting of daytime labor. You row one last curve, passing Rio dei Greci. Morning light gilds onion domes of San Giorgio dei Greci. Byzantine exile marooned in Latin streets. Workers unload crates, shouts rebounding between damp walls. Carciofi, melanzane, fraggle, green gold artichokes, deep purple eggplants, strawberries blushing as schoolgirls. The gondola scrapes against your home dock, whisper, becoming rasp. Mooring ropes feel rough, daylight merciless on frayed hemp fibers. Chickpeas skitter on a nearby vendor cart, rolling like tiny marble dice. You recall that quirky dawn lottery, old market men betting on how many escape their baskets. Step onto land, swaying, legs convinced they're still floating. Cobblestones press up, unforgiving, after water's constant surrender. Your feet leave damp prints, heading toward the bakery's aroma. Behind you, the gondola bobs, freed of your weight, but not your warmth. Sun climbs higher, melting butter across church facades. Shutters yawn open, Venice shedding nightgowns for business tunics. First tourists appear, polo shirts tucked tight into khaki shorts. They blink at sun glare, cameras clicking like nervous crickets. A vaporetto churns past, wake swirling like espresso cream. You climb stairs, worn marble treads, dipped by generations. Key grinds in lock, iron protesting steel. Your tiny balcony overlooks moss-slick rooftops, bells chorus across districts. San Marco, San Polo, Santa Cruz, each singing slightly off-key. Pigeons wheel sun flashing silver on underwings like fish scales. Mug clinks on stone, steam curling from stovetop espresso. You savor bitterness, ambassador from the waking world. Algae's nighttime musk yields to orange blossom and diesel. Below, Two nuns glide past clutching rosaries, and panini, breakfast saints, racing toward morning prayer. Flower boxes glow, geranium petals neon bright after gray hours. Your neighbor's laundry flaps, striped shirt sleeves waving semaphore. Somewhere glass shatters, followed by sleepy curses in dialect. Venice shakes herself, a lion roused by pigeons on his back. Every brick, every wave, every woken blink, erasing night's kingdom. Muscles protest, thickening into liquid lead with each stroke. Your grip falters, blisters singing their tiny operas of torment. Dawn's first tourists blink from bridges, pale as cellar mushrooms in sudden light. The gondola drifts sideways, caught in a lazy argument between currents. You dig deeper, or kissing, silt before finding resistance. 15 bridges span the Grand Canal Rialto, being the oldest stone contender. Its arch reappears, charcoal bones against thinning gray, silhouette sharpening with each push. Something groans beneath the water, wood on wood, or maybe just tired joints. Venetian planners once suggested floating Rialto Bridge on barrels, shifting it downstream like a carnival float. You imagine marble pillars bobbing, fish gawking at misplaced grandeur. Morning cooks along fondamenta, digly, incurably. Your stomach growls, betraying all poetic pretensions to weariness. Slop, slop, the wake whispers, jangling reflections of pastel facades. Arms move autopilot, engaged, finding homeward rhythm through blessed routine. You pass under a clothesline, damp shirt grazes your brow, leaving saltwater baptism. Hotel maids shake rugs, history flapping free in dust motes. The water thickens, drifting cinnamon from bakery vents, turpentine from boatyards. One marble balcony sports fresh graffiti. Someone's immortal Giulia love's Luca drips ochre. Night's dignity dissolves. Venice scrubs up for postcard duties. Rialto yawns closer dagger sharp, now carving the sky. Shadows shrink stone merchants, hoist first wares on bridge steps. Michelangelo's grandnephew lost the commission, his bridge design deemed too flashy for merchants counting soldi. Here among melon vendors, genius means nothing. It's all cantaloupe weights and haggling theatrics. A vaporetto growls, wake slamming your hull like drunken reveler. You brace, knees protesting, or lifted high to avoid collision. Pine resin scent cuts through diesel, a cargo boat piled high with lumber. The marble wellhead nearest Rialto leaks strangely, silver threads spiraling downward. Night's last poets retreat, clicking pens shut before sunlight bleeds illusions. Sun hits bridge crest, transforming Istrian stone into molten butter. Gondola prow shivers, sensing home dock. Your knuckles whiten, last strength funneled into final push. Historians still argue whether bridges divided Venice or stitched together its floating contradictions. 50 strokes left, you count them like rosary beads. Calloused fingers know these currents, the way water softens near Rio San Cassiano. Morning light picks out rust streaks on mooring rings, 4 centuries of salt tears. One oar stroke, then another, the world narrowing to wood grain and ripple. You've rowed past palazzos sinking on their pine spines, clock towers leaning like gossipers, flame-red post boxes screaming against peach stucco, dock ropes loom, frayed hemp fingers beckoning. You overshoot momentum carrying gondola past the mark and laugh. Even now, Venice demands grace under exhaustion. The prow bumps wood soft as a lover's forehead kiss. Gravity shifts, legs trembling, floor tilting beneath feet. Tourists click cameras, oblivious to the minor miracle of upright walking. A toddler points, golden-haired cherub in a life vest, giggling as you sway like tightrope novice. Cobblestones rise, anchoring jelly legs at last. Dawn gondolier parking rules. No elegance required, just survival. You slump on mossy steps, back against lion-headed bollard, letting sun warm eyelids. Rialto's shadow stretches toward you, long finger brushing kneecaps. Historians tally 40,000 boats lost here, sunk by drunken nobles. Storm surges rot. 2 swallows dive, snatching gnats above canal scum. Their twittering sounds like gossip, or maybe just hunger. Behind closed shutters, Venice downs espresso. Spoons clink through frosted glass, laughter muffled by ancient walls. A hand touches shoulder, startling you awake. Dock master grunts, nodding at mooring lines still loose. No words needed, just salt-cured disapproval. You rise, bones creaking symphony, and begin the rope ritual. Every knot echoes those tied by sailors before Columbus glimpsed Indies. Rialto watches, impassive, as sunlight creeps down its steps. Another dawn, another parade of melons and marvel-seeking crowds. Your gondola bobs, gratefully empty shadow, merging with others in the floating chorus line. A bell tolls, 2 loud, startling pigeons into clumsy flight. You turn toward bakery queues, sugar craving overriding fatigue. Behind the water already forgets your passage, ripples smoothing into glass. Ropes bite into palms, raw protest, after hours guiding wood through dark. Your fingers fumble, sleep-steeped, but knots twist familiar as childhood rhymes. Hemp hisses against bollard, the gondola's last sigh, before stillness claims it. Dawn spills rust gold across lapping water Venice, stretching awake with joint cracks. Salt crusts your eyelids, each blink scraping sandpaper. A vaporetto chugs past, sending waves that slap the hull like petulant child. Mooring ropes hum straining against the pull, tethered elephants testing chains. Did you know Venetians once soaked ropes in horse fat, a smelly ritual sure, but preserved fibers against lagoon spite? One final tug, the hitch secure, would groaning relief against dock. Your vessel settles, no longer dancer, just patient beast awaiting night's rains. A stray cat materializes, licking brine from paws with fastidious disdain. Boot soles squelch on algae-slick steps, each lifted heel resisting separation. Back on land, Gravity's lesser cousin still pulls. Legs wobble mockery of those sleek strokes, slicing midnight currents. High above, Rialto's balcony gargoyles smirk down, granite tongues lolling at your stumble. Someone's forgotten scarf clings to a bollard, silk threads whispering of champagne laughter now evaporated. Your berth smells of pine tar and low tide frankincense of the maritime faithful. 400-year-old mooring rings, their iron bellies gnawed by rust, clink like faint funeral bells. Historians still argue whether fishermen once tied kraken tentacles here, or just oversized eels drunk on sewage. Pigeons wage bread wars near San Giacomo's shadow, gray-feathered piranhas descending on pastry flakes. Dawn's first postcard vendor unpacks cellophane-wrapped dreams, leaning gondolas under glass for tourists who'll never smell the real brine. A mussel twinges, lower back singing arias of betrayal. Bent beside your boat, you pluck a stray rose petal from the cushioned seat, velvet ghost of some forgotten lover's gesture. Hold it to your nose, only damp remains, perfume drowned by canal breath. Sun climbs higher, burnishing palace windows into false gold. Across the water, a baker slides trays of busseli into display. Butter rings, glazed with Nana-approved lies about breakfast virtue. 34 varieties of Venetian cookie exist, but only 3 won't fracture teeth. Stored oars click in their brackets, tucked away like sleeping swords. One last palm stroke along the gondola's flank, ebony wood cooler than surrounding air. Crafters say each hull contains a whispered secret, wood soaked in 7 tides before shaping. Your gondolier grandfather swore his boat murmured Croatian lullabies on still nights, vestige of its Dalmatian timber. Cobblestones vibrate, water taxi engines thrumming through stone bones. You press soles to ground, feeling Venice's submerged pine forest grown beneath millions of petrified trunks, holding up a city of make-believe. A hush follows, as if the lagoon itself inhaled, holding breath until mass tides return. Tour guides swarm now, gaggling ducklings trailing umbrella wands. Their chatter smashes your night calm, shouting about Casanova and Golden Age decay. Truth. Most Venetian courtesans sold lace, not love, while noblemen wrote bad poetry in helium voices. At the water's edge, your reflection wavers, stretch-mouthed gourmand slurping lagoon stew. Swipe a hand through the mirage, scattering it into liquid shrapnel. Last night, this same patch of water mirrored stars. Now only sky's bland face stares back. Somewhere a church bell chokes mid-toll, clapper muffled by pigeon nests. 3 local widows swear pigeons steal bronze for beak sharpening. Absurd as yesterday's conspiracy theories about glassblowers smuggling diamonds in chandeliers. Shadows shrink, sunrise surrendering to day-sharp angles. Plastic bottles bob near San Polo's drainpipe, modern flotsam spat out from the underworld pipes. Gone are dawn's poets, replaced by kamikaze cyclists skirting canals. on rented wheels. Your gondola floats motionless now, hull snug against frayed rope fenders. No motion, no trail, just black paint drinking light. Squint, and it could be any century, same mooring ritual, since merchants traded Byzantine silks for English wool. A throat clears behind you. Dock Master Paolo, wrist deep in ledger entries, nods at your still dripping oar. No words needed, just a tilt of head toward storage racks. A gull dives, snatching something unspeakable near Antonio's traghetto station. Legs carry you toward the Baccaro bar, lead exchanged for caffeine promise. Halfway there, a shutter runs through canals, vaporetto wake, or submerged wood shifting. Historians tally 1,000 boats swallowed by the lagoon each century, their ribs still down there, slowly becoming Venice's new foundations. Behind your gondola shrinks one black comma in a liquid sentence. Morning light erases night's intimacy, the way secrets flee when shutters yawn open. Damp clothes cling, second skin salted with effort. You crave 3 things: espresso, stolen pastry, horizontal surfaces, not necessarily in that order. Last night's whispers linger, tugging like undertow, but sun shouts louder now. You glance back, just once, at the drowsy fleet, mooring ropes creak, ancient lullaby for floating wooden drowsers. Venetian dawns forgive nothing, but they pay in golden light. Ants spiral around a dropped cornetto crumb, tiny conquerors claiming sugary Alhambra. Your shadow stretches long, inkblot giant striding toward caffeine redemption. By afternoon, this fatigue will feel like someone else's story. By dusk, you'll crave the oar's weight again. For now, the ropes hold. The gondola sleeps. The water whispers, already spinning new tales for tonight's travelers. Cobblestones click under worn soles, a rhythm matching your tired pulse. Morning light bleaches shadows, yet your own stretches ahead, charcoal mockery of your haggard form. Behind the gondola shrinks, black beetle dozing in liquid cradle. Venice yawns awake, 4 a.m. emptiness, holding its breath. You turn down Riva digli Schiavoni, path deserted, but for breeze-teased trash. These paving stones came from Istrian quarries, hauled by barge in 1503. Polished smooth by 7 million footsteps, yet cold as a banker's ledger under your heels. A sound pricks your ear sharp as cracked crystal, not your own tread, but another's. Pause, lean against algae-slick brick, count seconds. Silence. 2 more steps, yours alone, then the echo answers 3 beats behind. Ghost in dirty soles, pacing you, never closing distance. Cal strata narrows, walls near touching overhead. Washed underwear drips overhead, sprinkling your neck with mildew baptism. Some say laundry ropes double as spirit tripwires, guard against hollow step followers. You glance up, white shirt sleeves flap empty as surrendered flags. Crossing Campo San Zaccaria, dawn fingers grope the wellhead. That bronze lion, one paw chipped, watches with pitiless eyes. Historians still argue whether its missing toe was stolen or dissolved in '89's acid rain. Your shadow stretches, smeared oil stain sliding over stone. Another footfall echoes. No, three now, all out of sync. Left alley right portico, behind a fruit stall shuttered tight. Twist around, see, only pigeon wings fleeing dusty gray triangles, cutting through peach light. A cat materializes, curled on a windowsill, like discarded fur. Venetians whisper felines guide, night-blind drunkards home. But this one yawns, exposing needle teeth. Mockery or challenge. Rub your salt-stung eyes. It's gone, leaving only indented velvet on sun-warmed stone. Bridge arch looms, steps worn concave by gondoliers, dawn returns. Moss grips mortar cracks, green lung feeding on canal breath. Your palm skims the rail, splinters biting like shy lovers. Below a lone sandalo rocks, its owner mopping decks with monastic focus. Buenguerno, your voice cracks, unused since midnight whispers. He nods, never pausing rag circles, water sloshing over gunnels. Dock masters once fined boatmen for unkempt decks. Within city limits, ducats paid in curse-laced mutters. The footsteps resume, closer now. Or is it your own pulse thrashing? Campo Santo Stefano opens ahead, empty cafes, chaining chairs to tables. Waiters will arrive soon, polishing glasses to surgical clarity, erasing nights, wine-stained confessions. Sun climbs, hitting a bakery sign's gilt edge, blinding slice of false gold. Bustle scent drifts, vanilla, and lies about cinnamon health benefits. Your stomach growls, opera basso, profundo, startling a sparrow off its ledge. Cross the Academia Bridge, wood creaking beneath modern reinforcements. Doges crossed here 2-, the bachelorette party stickers defacing railings. At the midpoint, you stop scanning the grand canals, molten silver skin. Echo steps halt with you, suspended in dead air. Water slaps piers, sucking at algae beards below tide lines. Engineers swear Venice sinks 2 centimeters every decade. Molasses surrender to Adriatic patience. Descending, a breeze lifts damp collar, kissing neck salt. Clothiers roll up shutters, mannequins emerging like sarcophagus figures. One sports a carnival mask, feathers molting, glass eyes tracking your passage. Ramirez Alley narrows, barely shoulder width, smelling of cat urine and lost ambitions. Windows shuttered tight, their flower boxes spitting withered geraniums over iron lips. Back in Napoleon's occupation, French soldiers allegedly got lost here for days, emerging with full beards and partial sanity. You swear a breath ghosts your nape, hot wax scent of blown candles, spin fingers grazing damp brick, nothing but peeling plaster. 3 steps onward, leather soles slap stones somewhere above 3rd floor loggia maybe. But shadows show empty wrought iron, salt crust grinds between molars, tongue thick as mooring rope. That Beccaro bar beckons, espresso machine already hissing dragon breath. But echoes herd you forward. Strange how Venice empties at dawn, tourists still snoring, locals hidden behind espresso cups. Rio Terra dei Assassini, street name unchanged since 16 something. Murky legends whisper of bodies dumped mid-canal, never found, strangled by water's amnesia. Your pace quickens, rubber soles squeaking like trapped mice, a clang from an inner courtyard, something metallic hitting flagstones. Then, distinctive scuff left shoe dragging slightly, matching your own limp from rowing strain. Historians tally 12,000 alleys, half leading nowhere, yet no record of persistent phantom steps. You break into open campo, relief, cooling, sweat on spine. Sun hits full force, melting night residue from palazzo facades. Facing the basilica, gold mosaics flare blinding as divine rebuke. Tour groups cluster already, herded by umbrella-wielding guides, shouting Medici myths. Turning north, sneak past the Doges. Palace, administrative heart, now selling 12 € postcards. Crimson-robed leaders once shuffled here, plotting trade wars or mistresses' dowries. Shoes crunching crushed seashell mortar. The footsteps resume, softer now insistent as mosquito wine. San Marco's shadow swallows you cool as cathedral crypt. Quick check beneath the clock tower, its bronze moors frozen mid-strike. 463 steps spiral up, if you trust yesterday's tour guide's count. A shop girl unrolls Murano glass displays, ruby goblets catching first rays. Reflections warp stretching your echo into funhouse mutant. Move on, shaking off the distortion. Heels finding old groove between stones. Cal Larga ascension broadens, widowmakers overhead, brick arch, supporting collapsing facades. 7 centuries leaning, defying physics, much like your own posture right now. Some claim you can hear palace timbers shift, groaning under gilt weight, right before dawn. Your own soul's scuff, right foot's dragleg signature, amplified. The answering steps shift too, now mirroring your gait exactly. Bird above silent observer, since Riva laughs, guttural gull cackle splintering morning calm, reaching the final bridge before home paws grip mossy rail. Below, a fruit boat chugs past, watermelon pyramids swaying like Jenga nightmare. The grosser waves, sun-cured face, creased into leather smile, steps behind cease, as if waiting permission. You turn, survey the empty bridge approach. 3 papal decrees ago, this spot held a leper's begging bowl. Licensed beggars wore red armbands, state-sanctioned pity sold in copper coins. Throat-tight call-out voice bouncing off marble follow harder, or piss off. Only response, a shutter claps, wood on wood, applause from some unseen window. Shadows shrink, daylight bullying mysteries into hiding. Key scrapes lock your building's lobby, exhales cool marble lung. Behind, steps rush close enough to feel through stone, then evaporate as hinges groan shut. 7 centuries daily, this door 8 footsteps, gobbling echoes like almond biscuits. Upstairs, fling windows open, gaze at terracotta sea below. Empty fondamenta, just a boy bouncing ball against monastery wall. Even echoes tire, finding corners to nap in till dusk. You sink into chair, limp, as wet rigatoni knees singing rowers lament. Feet propped sillward, still clad in salted boots. Reflections stretch back, waters steady nibble at stone ankles. Somewhere glass shatters, tourist already breaking Venice's patience. Behind it, staccato taps, maybe rain, maybe steps, forever trailing, never arriving. The city murmurs up steam from 1,000 espresso pots. Golden light melts, masks off night survivors. Your eyelids droop, slamming shut like flooded bulkheads. Cobbles lie quiet now, hushed pause before midday stampede. Still, in alley gloom, that phantom footfall waits. Half-heel pivot, ready to echo your next dreaming path. Flame drowns in wax, sending smoke rings toward ceiling. You lean out, seeing only night's flawless mirror. Water holds palace reflections prisoner, upside-down worlds trembling in liquid glass. Moonlight silvers the sill, cooling your salt-stiff fingertips. That candle stub fights death, a warrior wick, refusing surrender. Venetian beeswax, harvested from hives on Torcello's marshes, burns cleaner than tallow. Some candle makers swore moonlight improved burn time, crediting Artemis for slower melts. Ever notice how flames shrink when watched, like shy actors forgetting lines? You blow gentle ribbon of breath, curling the smoke, but the ember flickers back. Windowsill wood presses into forearms, grain worn smooth by nightly vigils. Your gondolier great-grandfather likely leaned here too, watching moonlight conquer canals. Historians argue whether 17th century lamplighters earned extra for midnight relights, or just curses from insomniacs. Below, a wave slaps stone, startling a crab off its perch. Murano glass factories once dumped defective baubles here, filling shallows with rainbow shards. Local kids whisper about harvesting mermaid treasure at tides. Truth stayed murky, like most Venetian legends. You peel sweat-salted linen from skin. The shirt crackles like old parchment. Tonight's tip money spills from pockets, coins, glinting on floorboards like metallic scales. That Austrian couple tipped you in chocolate ducats. Weird tourist gimmicks from San Marco vendors. Air changes, coolness threading through lagoon humidity. Meteorologists measure Venice's fog by how fast lace curtains dampen. Your nana swore curtains twitched before storm surges, warning families to move the Madonnas upstairs. Bed frame creaks, mattress sighing under your weight. Each muscle unclenches, knots dissolving like honey in tea. 17th century gondoliers slept 4 hours max. Dawn tides pried them from bedrolls. Rumors say Napoleon's snores rattled the Doge's palace windows. Doubt he ever rowed a damned boat. Pillow cradles your skull, cool linen, forgiving every dumb mistake. Should have charged that influencer extra for dropping her phone, disappointing 10,000 followers. Tonight, the canals reclaim another device, adding to their tech graveyard below. Moon glides behind a chimney, plunging the room into velvet shadows. Only the candle's last gasp pierces the dark, orange halo trembling on the ceiling. Some claim Venetian ghosts blow out candles to hide their rotted faces. You dare it, blinking slow. The flame survives your challenge. Silence pools thick until the lagoon exhales against brickwork. Water's whisper seeps between floorboards, liquid tongues licking support beams. 6 million alder piles hold this city above the abyss, creaking like a haunted ship's hull. Boat traffic vanished hours ago, vaporetti docked like sleeping beetles. Modern Venice forbids diesel engines after midnight, letting the canals remember their original voice. Antonio from the fish market insists you can hear Doge's whispers in the night tides if you hold your breath just right. Eyelids betray you, slam shut like sinking portcullises. Retinas flash gondola, prow ghosts. Those black silhouettes still cutting phantom waves. Scientists say sleep paralysis peaks near water. Something about inner ears misreporting motion. Your heel twitches, muscle memory still pushing against false currents. Dreams and wakefulness blur, palace lights melting into silver ripples. Tomorrow's tides will scour tonight's salt from timber, erasing your passage. The candle finally dies, gunpowder scent blooming in the dark. Legend says snuffing flame with your fingers invites death to dinner. You gambled anyway, pinching the wick barehanded. Now regret coats your tongue. Wind sneaks through shutters, brushing lips with brine and spilled wine. Somewhere, a cork pops, tourists ignoring midnight for bacchanalian joy. Ancient Venetians slept in communal bedrooms, palazzos crammed 20 per mattress. Imagine the toe fungus exchange. A moth taps glass, drawn by imaginary light inside. Entomologists named them lagoon flutterers, their wings evolving cerulean edges to match the water. Mark swears his sister married one, but Mark drinks grappa like water. Blankets settle heavier, gravity claiming your limbs as collateral. Sirens wail toward Lido, once been centuries of midnight bells. Sand flows through the hourglass, sinking you deeper into the mattress. Embrace. Your last thought tastes of burnt almond biscuits, Nana pulling them from oven ashes before the water swallows consciousness whole. Linen kisses your skin, cool forgiveness for salt-stiffened sinew. The pillow inhales your head like silt swallowing an anchor. Muscles unravel liquid and boneless, as if gondola strain never existed. 18th century silk merchants slept on stitched-together sachets, stuffed with dried lagoon flowers to ward off bad dreams. Your cheap cotton counterpart holds no herbs, just the ghost of Nana's lavender sachet stolen by moths. Sheets whisper secrets against your ankles, thread counts too low for royalty. Renaissance servants reused aristocrats' discarded bed linens until the fabric frayed into dish rags. Historians still argue whether Doges preferred Egyptian cotton or Venetian flax, their laundry lists lost to mildew. Moonlight streaks through shutters, painting jail bars across your calves. A single mosquito drones near your ear, Venice's tiniest gondolier seeking blood fare. You swat lazy, missing by miles muscles too waterlogged for precision. They bred these pests in marshes to torment Napoleon's troops, or so bar stories claim. Your left foot hangs off the mattress, dangling above shadowy abyss. Childhood fears whisper of hand claws grabbing ankles, Venetian bogeymen fed on toe flesh. Reality offers only dust bunnies, maybe a shriveled almond biscuit from last Tuesday. Weight spreads, a welcome suffocation, as gravity glues you to the ticking. 17th century sailors swore heavy blankets prevented souls escaping during sleep, anchoring you to earth. Modern science calls it deep pressure therapy, same principle as weighted blankets in Target catalogs. Breath slows, lagoon rhythm syncing with your lungs. Canals lick brickwork outside, a nightly baptism for building foundations. Workers drive new alder piles, even now, hammering underwater reinforcements while the city dreams. 6 million wooden teeth already bite the seabed, chewing through centuries of rot. Palace reflections wobble on your ceiling, trembling chandeliers made of waterlight. That influencer's dropped phone winks up from the canal floor, joining a graveyard of GoPros and selfie sticks. Archaeologists will mine them someday, puzzling over our worship of glowing rectangles. Someone coughs across the canal, a hacking staccato ruining the night sonata. Renaissance plague doctors recorded coughs, mapping outbreaks by neighborhood sounds. You count the spasms 4, then blessed silence reclaims the dark. A church bell tolls once broken punctuation from some far-off campanile. Timekeepers once fined bell ringers for unscheduled night strikes, disturbing the Doge's beauty rest. The lone gong hangs in air, vibrations massaging your temples. Heat lightning flickers behind closed lids, retinas replaying moonlit canals. Sleep paralysis creeps closer, the dread of being yacht-aware, but body-anchored. Sailors called it Old Davy's hand, pinning men to cots before storms. Your little toe cramps, betraying you like a rusty oarlock. You flex slow, fighting the seas, salt depletion's revenge. Ancient rowers chewed lemon rinds to prevent cramps, their mouths puckered like drawn purses. Pigeons erupt from a rooftop, wing beats like flipped book pages. They nest in attics, once storing Senate secrets, Burchett erasing centuries of intrigue. Night predators will claim a few owls with silent assassination tactics. A waterbus engine grumbles, some captain's sneaking curfew for extra fares. Sound bleeds through stone, a mechanical walrus disturbing tranquility. Modern Venice tolerates bureaucracy, never forgives noise after midnight. Smuggler caves honeycomb the palazzo basements, if dodgy Nico claims true. He trades grappa for silence, hauls French perfume through submerged passages. You doubt it, but let his lies perfume your drowsiness. Eyelids fuse shut, gummy resistance against any awakening. Medieval Venetians used rose oil to unstick morning eyes, overpriced even then, your remedy costs nothing, blackness free of charge. Hair stiffens, salt-crusted strands crackling against linen. Tomorrow's shower will sting, pouring Adriatic regrets down drain pipes. Marine biologists track lagoon drugs through sewer runoff. Maybe your exhaustion leaks out too. The mattress sags centerward, fighting gravity's persistent tug. Fleet carpenters built bed frames from salvaged ship planks, wood whispering old voyages. Yours came from IKEA, ironic Swedish pragmatism, anchoring Venetian dreams. Air sweetens, night jasmine sneaking through warped shutters. Noblewomen wore petal-stuffed pockets to overpower canal stenches. Your nostrils flare, hunting floral notes, but mildew creeps beneath. A fish jumps slap echoing like dropped cutlery. Lagoon mullet taste muddy, but fishermen swear night catches bear silver skin. You saw one leap last Tuesday, a liquid arc defying darkness. Memory flickers, the blonde tourists laugh bouncing between palaces. Her accent tinted Scandinavia, maybe Stockholm, or Copenhagen's icy lilt. Gone now, like all transient things in this sinking republic, pulse slows, neck veins surrendering urgency. Doctors once diagnosed slow beats as melancholic humors, tonics brimming with gold flakes. Modernity offers cheaper relief, free unconsciousness on threadbare sheets. Wind hums flute song through brick crevices. Stone masons carved secret flutes into foundations, whistles warning of rising aqua alta. Tonight, it plays lullabies from dead architects. Your elbow twinges or strain resurfacing in small revenge. Queen Cornero's physician treated joint pain with leeches, scarlet addicts draining bad blood. You'll settle for aspirin come dawn, orange lifesavers in blister packs. Fabric softens, linen accepting your body's fossil's imprint. Someday they'll carbon date your sweat stains, puzzling over 21st century salt levels. Historians might misdiagnose it as tears. Breath deepens, ribcage rising like a beached gondola. Monastery scribes measured sleep depth by snore volumes, recording decibels like sins. Your soft exhalations won't earn penance. Cold seeps upward, stone marrow, never warming. Workers laid marble floors for summer relief, never realizing winter's bite. Your toes curl, seeking vanished warmth, finding only themselves. A siren wails, industrial shriek cutting night's throat. Emergencies flare daily, police boats knitting through canals like frantic sutures. Silence returns bleeding back into the vacuum. Taste buds reminisce, burnt almonds clinging to your tongue, non-accursed when biscuits blackened, blaming oven demons rather than distraction. Hunger stirs, a hollow gondola adrift in your gut. Night bloomers open pale petals, sacrificing themselves for moths. Biologists found night pollination doubled during Renaissance plagues, flowers thriving when humans hid. Plague doctors wore jasmine oil, masking deaths, sent with perfume. Dreams gather, shadow puppets behind trembling eyelids. Glassmakers saw visions in molten silica, demons, or angels, depending on the pour. Yours simmer milder, just water and weary faces. The lagoon sighs, high tide nudging algae against stone. Marine archaeologists still hunt Attila's lost crown, rumored tossed near San Michele. Mud guards its secrets like a jealous lover. Saliva thickens, cottonmouth stealing your last coherent thought. Renaissance dentists blamed dry mouths on incubus visits, blooming a cottage industry for holy talismans. Your tap water waits across black space, might as well be an ocean. Vertigo spins, mattress tilting like a moon-tethered gondola. Scientists blame semicircular canals, inner ear fluids sloshing post-row fatigue. You cling to sheets, bow toward shoreless sleep. Silk traders dreamed of cobalt dyes, waking rich beyond sultans. Your ambitions humbler, dreaming of flip-flops unscuffed by pigeon shit. Warmth pools hip-ward body heat, colonizing cotton continents. Renaissance bedsheets, sometimes combusted, spontaneous flames blamed on sinners. Your greatest sin, undertipping the breakfast waiter. Bones hollow, marrow replaced with lagoon mist. St. Mark's bones smuggled under pork skins. Holy deception feels lighter than your limbs. A gondola creaks, night watchman testing mooring lines. The sound weaves through alleys, finding your ear like gossip. Antonio insists moored gondolas gossip, their prows whispering old passenger sins. Your skull dissolves, the anchor finally slips, silt claiming its due. Lagoon's last murmur, depthless lullaby silence, floods your ears, watery and absolute. As silt claims your final waking thought, the canals sigh, lapping against centuries-old bricks, a lullaby worn smooth by repetition. Venetian glassmakers once blew vessels thin enough to hear sea whispers. Inside, their craft lost like breath on water. Your own breath sinks with distant waves, each exhale dissolving into darkness. Beneath closed lids, the world ripples, sealing reflections becoming seabed. Weight lifts, limbs floating free of anchor linen. 16th century merchants slept underwater in weighted hammocks, believing tides purged bad humors. Your mattress does the heavy sinking, IKEA foam substituting for ballast chains. A church bell gongs once, sound smothered by fog before reaching shore. Ancient law forbade night bell ringing, lest unrest rise like damp from canals. Historians still argue whether early Venetians actually feared sound pollution or just hated insomniac blacksmiths. Tonight, the silence forgives everything, even Nico's whiskey breath at breakfast. Moon phosphorescence bleeds through your eyelids, painting jellyfish shapes in the dark. Modern science blames algae blooms, but gondoliers swear moonlit canals summon drowned lovers' lanterns. Your toes tingle, as if lagoon silt already crawls between them. Memory blurs, 8 hours of rowing dissolving like sugar in tea. Renaissance rowers rubbed brine into blisters, salt stinging louder than their curses. Your calluses whimper, softened by discount lotion from the pharmacy. Wind combs through alleys, finding cracks in your shutters. It carries scents of midnight bakeries, rolling dough for dawn's first foretell. Workers once bribed bakers for yesterday's burnt pastries, sweet relief before sunrise labors. Your stomach groans, a hollow gondola adrift in the dark. Bed springs creak, plaintive as aging gondola ribs. Fleet carpenters salvaged sunken ship, planks for noble beds, timber, groaning with salt memories. Your Swedish frame murmurs of particle board and flat-pack pragmatism. No ghosts in laminate. A fish leaps, silver smack, echoing off palazzo walls. Mullet swarm midnight canals, feeding on tourist-kissed coins below bridges. Scholars debate if fish get indigestion from swallowing Norwegian krona. You grin, floating further from shore, muscles unwinding like wet rope. Cool air feathers your forehead, Adriatic breath sneaking through limestone pores. Medieval maids lit braziers to spite lagoon drafts, often burning down entire wings. Your radiator clanks. It's ineffective, wheeze a protest against autumn chill. Hair fans across the pillow, salt-stiff, strands crowning your silhouette. Noblewomen pinned pearls into bedtime coiffures, dreaming of mermaid riches. Yours sticks to your neck, sweat glued with effort you can't recall. Distant laughter bubbles, some French tourists still ruining the silence. Sound evaporates fast, Venice swallowing indiscretions like water in sand. Napoleonic soldiers once sang drunk below windows, their off-key anthems drowned by canal sludge. Eyelids seal, resisting even phantom daylight. Glassmakers drank poppy tincture to blur vision, so molten silica wouldn't hypnotize them. You need no potion. Fatigue glues your lashes like tar. A moth batters the lampshade, wings dusting porcelain in frantic tattoos. Night bloomers release pheromones, luring pollinators while rivals sleep. You recall jasmine climbing Carmela's courtyard, its scent now memory's faint watermark. Pillow softens your head, sinking like a waterlogged gondola. Renaissance. Pillows held lavender and chamomile, warding off plague nightmares with herbs. Yours cradles only exhaustion, a cotton grave for consciousness. Someone coughs 3 streets away, a damp bronchial bark. Medieval plague notaries recorded coughs like weather patterns, tracking death's journey door to door. You count 4 hacks, then merciful quiet reclaims the night. The mattress shifts, seeking equilibrium against your stillness. Brides once stuffed beds with rose petals for luck, their fragrance masking canal, wrought for one night. Your springs squeak, betraying solitary weight with poor grace. Silk merchants dreamt of Persian worms, their fortunes spun from insect spit. You slip deeper, threading murky gaps between reason and dream. Taste buds remember Gino's limoncello, acid tang haunting your tongue. Lemon rinds once lined noble doorknobs, warding off evil with citrus oils. Your mouth waters, parched by sleep's drought. Voice shapes lose meaning words collapsing like rotten pilings. Glass blurs hissed through teeth to cool molten vases, their language reduced to controlled breath. You murmur Nana's name, but sound dissolves before air. Warmth spreads up the left thigh, body heat pooling in fabric valleys. Workers laid paving stones from Tuscany, sun-warmed rock radiating day's memory. Your own warmth feels borrowed, leached from distant autumn suns. Toes uncurl, abandoning their cold hunt. Doge's silk slippers hid copper foot warmers, ash smoldering beneath jeweled soles. Your soles slide on threadbare sheets, gravel bruised from dawn's walk. Bones forget their weight, ivory dissolving in vinegar night. St. Mark's relics floated here in pork barrels, holiness smuggled past hungry guards. Your spine unspools, vertebrae clicking like abacus beads. Outside, a mooring rope groans, its complaint older than your grandmother. Wood pilings petrify underwater, slow stone metamorphosis, holding up palaces. You envy their rootedness, anchored when all else drifts. Moonlight stripes the floor, liquid silver evaporating at dawn's edge. Alchemists swore lagoon water held trace gold, left by Nubian traders' spilled freight. You lick dry lips, tasting only sleep. A wave slaps brick, wet echo climbing street stones. Architects angled foundations to deflect high tides, their math lost in floods. Your knees draw up fetal curve against encroaching cold. Night birds shriek, battling over tourist crumbs in San Marco. Falcons ride thermals down from Dolomites at daybreak, snatching pigeons mid-lazy flap. You hover too, between waking and oblivion, suspended. Retinas fire false dawn colors, neon scribbles blinding the dark. Renaissance astronomers mapped comets with charcoaled lenses, their blurred visions debated for centuries. You see only motes, swirling like silt in black current. Saliva thickens, throat clicking with each dry swallow. Oarsmen carried leather water bags, rubber not yet stolen from Amazon tribes. Your bottled water glows across the room, an impossible pilgrimage away. Gravity slackens, your body convinced it floats mid-canal. Scientists say sleep paralysis mimics zero gravity, an astronaut's nightmare in cheap pajamas. You lean into it, letting tide pull you seaward. Rush of water fills your skull, tide claiming your last mooring line. Every dialect of silence converges here, until even the lagoon holds its breath. Darkness becomes liquid, unbroken deeper than stars. You descend, surrendering to the perfect weight of night. Water holds you now, gentle, each muscle softening into silt's embrace. The last gondola wakes no one, its oar resting beneath velvet waves. Even the moon bends closer, its silver blurring at the edges like old glass. Breath slows, drifting deeper than Venice's submerged pillars. Nothing clings, no thoughts heavy as mooring stones. Your fingers uncurl, palm up relics, settling into mattress sand. Darkness rinses the day's salt from your skin. Ripples fade, echoes of oars dissolving like sugar on wet tongue. Lungs fill with timeless air, no sting, no burn, only depth. Night birds tuck their wings, San Marco's crumbs forgotten. Your spine melts, ivory turning liquid in this warm current. No chains anchor you, no ballast, but trust in the tide. Laughter's ghost treads water far behind, outrun by stillness. Eyelids seal a final shipwreck, surrendered to the seabed. Lagoon silt cradles every bone, whispering, you float now, unstitched from hours, from gravity's stubborn pull. Adriatic breath feathers your temple, cool, patient, endless. Let it carry the last cling of light from your mind. Threadbare sheets blur into cloud, into foam, into nothing needing shape. Taste fades, no limoncello sharpness, no thirst left uncradled. Bells stay drowned in distant fog, their tongues stilled by centuries of dark. Your jaw goes slack, a puppet cut loose from its strings. Weight drains, limbs borrowed by the water's own heaviness. No more counting coughs, no tracking phantom street sounds. The wet hush pulls tighter, a lover's final sigh against your neck. Warmth spreads, liquid mercury filling your veins. You forget the names of stones, of boats, of aching things. Only the drift remains, the velvet, the surrender. Every ripple smooths. Every shadow empties, the world stops its wearing at your edges. You sink, not drowning, but dissolving into the seamless, perfect dark.